Good morning. Hello, everyone. All right. Testing. Testing, can you hear me? Are you there? All right, let's see. Hi, everyone. Hello, I'm here. Okay, hold on. I think I'm forgetting something. Okay, no, I got it. I got it. Just kidding. I'm absolutely prepared. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Big day today, girls. Big day today. All right. Okay, I'm gonna make you guys use all of your brain cells today, so lock in. If you can't, that's okay. Let's pause Elvin's music. 1, 2, 3. So in today's live stream, I'm gonna go on an adventure, okay? There's gonna be sections, but all of them are related. We're gonna start off with language. I want you to think about this as you watch me. Why do you watch my content? Why do you watch anyone's content? Are the people in these spaces people you think are genuinely smart and you wanna know what they think? They are genuinely people who are going through stuff you can learn from. They're genuinely just entertaining. They're interesting. Why do you watch who you watch? And whatever the answer is, let it be the truth, okay? As long as it's true, let that be the answer. But that's what I want you to pay attention to, because today I want to talk about sort of like leaders in the space. So often you'll hear me say that I am training to be an elder, that I really want to be a professional. Like it's something that I've decided to do. Which, you know, when I talk to my friends who aren't in content creation about this, they'll say, that's so funny, since most people go into content creation to stay young. Like, the image is, oh, I'm a content creator, I don't have to grow up. Or that's why people think YouTube is like a kid's game, because, you know, you're making content for a living. You want to be 40 and a gamer. You know, there's something very young about it. Or this is my job. My job is to have fun, right? So that's not why I'm here. I sometimes wish I did do that with my career. Like sometimes I wish I did just make mukbangs, you know, but that's not what I decided to do with my job. So I decided to do philosophy, and I decided to talk about really hard topics. And I decided that I was going to attempt to bring solutions to the table. And I know I am just not wise enough yet to really be one of the elders, but I'm trying to get ready to be, because, you know, I'd like to get there by 40. I'm giving myself plenty of time, okay? And I'd like to get there by 40. So when I show up in a room, it's clear to the 22-year-olds, like, we are not peers. We are not friends. I don't want to be friends with 22-year-olds, okay? I'm not looking for friendship. I'm looking for serious solutions to a world that's constantly looking for them. We are in a legit meaning crisis. We have been since day one. And we are attempting to have very serious conversations. And sometimes I do fear, I am concerned that sometimes people find my content and find it cathartic, but they forget that I don't know what you're doing here, but we're serious. We're trying to be serious. You know, that wasn't always the case. You know, lots of times I've been on the internet, I've just come to have a lot of fun. I'm not going to have fun anymore. You know, I mean, yeah, we're going to have fun. We're going to be jokey. But this isn't just about getting one on the boys. This isn't one about like, oh, cis straight people, am I right? You know, that's so fun. But if we want to actually bring solutions to the table, there has to be a seriousness to it. So we're going to talk about this today using some of your favorites, using a lot of the women in this space. And I just want to preface this with this. I am not meaning to come for these women or any of the people I talk about today. I'm put in a very awkward position right now where people asked me specifically to cover Dr. K, and specifically to cover like Lisa and Katz and other people's responses to Dr. K. They specifically said, Britt, what do you think of this? And the reason you're asking me 99% of the time is because, you know, I typically like Dr. K. I also typically like these women. So I assume when you ask me, and I don't know if you know this, like, I don't know if you know you're doing this, you're then asking me to make the focus on Dr. K. And I think people don't know that. So like this commenter here was going back and forth with me and other people. And they said, this is exactly my point. You criticize most of the creators based on how much you like Dr. K, but you mostly ignore the context of their work or even what points they were making. Even though I agree that they misread Dr. K's intentions, I can see the points they were trying to make, and I can put that in the context of their videos. I think your points in this video make it seem like you only think they were wrong because they went against Dr. K, and that buries your own analysis, or blurs? I don't know what they meant to say there. Your own analysis, and it makes it seem like you're playing favorites. I don't want to play favorites for Dr. K, but the analysis is on his work at that point, not on theirs. So obviously, you know what I mean? Obviously, I agree that I didn't emphasize enough in that stream, maybe their perspective, but I thought I made it pretty clear we understood where they were coming from, right? So I understand that, okay? What I'm trying to make it clear to you guys is I think their content is outdated. It's rusty. It's stagnant because it's only in reaction to survivability. If your content is only getting people out of survival situations, there's a stagnation to it that comes naturally because I make content for the living. I don't make content for people in survival mode. I make content for people who want to be out of survival mode, right? So my criticism of them is that Dr. K wants to get people into living mode, but he mostly hangs out with people in survival mode, specifically incels and men. So their content is fun to watch for me, but it's not the end goal. So what I'm trying to communicate to you is, if the criticism is Brittany, can you reassess your opinion of Dr. K? Then what they're saying matters so far, like so much less. But in this stream, I want to explain to you why what they're saying also doesn't matter because they're not even understanding what they're criticizing. Do you know what I'm saying? Because the question is, does Brittany understand Dr. K? I think I do. I could be wrong, but I also think I understand these women, and I'm going to show it to you today. So let's start off with this. Let's talk about language, because I actually think this plays a huge role in how we have these conversations. And I want you to imagine the amount of emotional labor that I take as a responsibility of mine, that I take very seriously, because what I've noticed with these people's work, and I just realized, I just had the epiphany this week, so it's a very new epiphany and I could be wrong, is I do think, and maybe it's my autism, but I take it very seriously, accountability. And as I watch these women's content, I just realized, like, I never hear accountability language. I never hear about them taking accountability for dating conservatives, for flirting with predators, for engaging in these spaces. Like, I felt so guilty because of my own values, because guilt comes from my own values, of the ways that I misread social situations, or I felt so bad for even talking nicely about certain people, thinking it would help build a bridge. But I don't hear any of that language from these women. And I think that's why for me, I'm like, are you giving up? Okay. And I'm also going to talk about, like, I'm going to use multiple examples. Why the criticism is coming from a place of a desire to say, like, if we're being serious, we need to update. We need to be progressive, right? Like, not progressive politically, progressive, like, philosophically. Okay. So I saw this comment on my old Amber Heard video. Guys, we reviewed Johnny Depp and Amber Heard again because we were wrong. I was wrong the first time around. See, a good example. I was wrong. I need to hear more of that from my content creators. I was wrong. And I'm not hearing enough of that from these spaces. I'm like, hello? Okay, this was a year ago. Can you believe it? I feel like we just did this. This was a year ago. Okay, this new person found my content, and I had warned people. I always warn people, okay? My content is kind of out of date within 3 months. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not bragging. I'm serious. I am always growing, okay? Like, every 3 months is a different Brittany. So think about that. This person said, hey, I've been binge watching your content for days and largely enjoying it, but my patience is wearing thin in regards to the way you talk about autism. I don't care if you are autistic yourself. Calling people autists, describing behavior as autistic, and stating that you have to be pretty autistic to date Elon Musk was probably the last straw for me. And to that, the way you constantly say go to therapy in the same tone and manner that others would say fuck off. I've been looking for new content to devour to pass the time, and I thought I found plenty of it here, but you have a really ugly attitude that just isn't sitting right with me now. Okay. So I first read that comment, and at first I was confused. And then I realized, like, there must be something really authentic coming from this human. Like, there's an authenticity here that I think is coming through, like a genuine anger. And also, I am autistic, so I'm really used to being misunderstood. And all three of those examples were a deep misunderstanding of how I used language, right? So, okay. So I said, hey, I hear ya. I can respond to this on stream to explain better and give others a chance to understand better. I do think you aren't understanding how literal I am being. I assume because you maybe are not hearing me express it through an autistic lens, question mark. That's pretty common for autistic people to be misunderstood. So I'm used to it. I can better explain on my next public live Tuesday. That's today. Hey girls, you don't have to watch or engage, but it might help others move as we move into 2026. I said, Happy New Year. Thanks for understanding or trying to understand and enjoy my content. They said, hey, I guess I just needed to vent. But now that I'm chill and sleepy, I can just say I have a lot of my own baggage and I don't know how to deal with it. And it's taken me from having tons of friends a few years back to being totally alone these days. So please don't think I'm judging from a high horse. I said, hey, it's all good. I could hear something authentic in your message and believed you were coming from a real place. Wishing you well. This is the whole world to me. The whole world is this commenter. Every single person, every content creator, every parent, every sibling, every mom and dad. This is the world to me. You are wounded. And so you come and yell at me while I'm at work. And I sit there and I absorb your anger. And I think, okay, what is this person going through? Now, I can't do this for every single person. And I can't do this for my community. I used to try and it just became very weird. Okay, I can't do that. But this is how I engage with my work. This is what I think I'm going through. Now imagine you're Dr. K and your audience is incels and school shooters. And you want him to talk to them in a lecturing tone when you who are watching my content and are probably progressive can't get your shit together in my comment section. Because you're going through it. The same audience who tends to be attracted to me, mostly women, non-binary queer people, are yelling at me at my job. Because you're going through it. And now you're looking at a man who specializes in working with school shooters, and you're sitting here like, he's just not saying it the way I want him to say it. Are we being serious right now or not? So let's be serious about what we're doing here. Because while you guys are anonymous usernames, we're putting our faces out here. And while these content creators are sitting here talking about how Dr. K is the worst one yet, Dr. K is sitting here actually doing something with his job and doing his best to not make it women's responsibility to help men. But you won't hear him say it. No matter how many times Dr. K says this is not women's responsibility, you can't hear him say it. So let's talk about that today because I am kind of tired, okay, of people not knowing how to categorize others because this is what conservatives were always so bad at. Why were conservatives so racist? Why are they so homophobic? Because they can't tell the difference between a bad X group and a good X group because they think everyone in the group is bad. And I'm saying not everyone in the group is the same. I need you to know that. Not every man who's advocating for men's mental health is a red pill crazy person. There might just be one of them, and there might just be the one who's actually one of the maybe helpful ones. So Dr. K heard the complaints he was getting, okay? And he responded with this, okay?
People are dying out from genocide. Should we intervene with that?
Tell me, what does it mean? Should we intervene?
What kind of system?
Why should?
I can't believe that he was.
Does Bartlett believe that everyone has a right to reproduce?
The answer is basically no.
He said, well, you were making rage bait.
Thank
we
you,
were
Madam
busy.
Chair.
Okay, he said, well, this is obviously not edited by a look, Dr. K. This is one of his team members. So they said, well, you were busy making rage bait. We were doing this.
Members of the committee for inviting me to
This is the Canadian House of Commerce expert testimony. Here we go.
speak today. My name is Dr. Alok Kanoja. I'm a psychiatrist and trustee of the Healthy Gamer Foundation, dedicated to research and advocacy around the mental health needs of the digital generation. Much of our work centers on understanding how online environments shape emotional development, motivation, and well-being, especially for young people. I've spent the last 5 years working directly with young men involved in incel, black pill, red pill, and other online subcultures. I respectfully suggest.
Notice that he says, I'm working with these men. I'm not a part of these communities. He's using othering language. And I'm going to go back to that original commenter and explain my literal language because I think it's important because you guys are very bad at hearing people. And I'm talking about Kat Black and all these other people that I usually respect. And I do. Kat has been very kind to me over the years. I've been very kind to her over the years. We've shouted each other out. But I was very disappointed in her video about a look because I felt like she didn't hear him. And I'm like, I don't know why you all are making this content anymore. Are you making content because it's serious commentary? Are you making content because you know you're about to get paid? because I know she probably made some money on that video, and that's great. But did it help anybody? And I'll show you the timestamps I'm talking about. He is using othering language. He's not using we language. He's saying, I worked in these communities. He's separating himself from it, right?
Best 3 evidence-based approaches. Invest in preventive mental health supports for young men, especially those dealing with loneliness, school disengagement, or neurodevelopmental conditions. Second, promote digital literacy and emotional literacy curricula in schools, teaching youth how to interpret online spaces, regulate emotions, and navigate rejection. And third, support community-level programs, peer programs, mentorship networks, skills-building groups, and spaces where isolated young men can reconnect with society in healthy ways. Young men who feel included do not become radicalized. Young men who feel valued do not seek refuge in hopeless communities. And young men who have purpose do not turn to anti-feminist ideology for identity.
Listen to that part. He's literally saying healthy men should not be anti-feminist. That's absolutely the opposite of what these communities teach men. He's literally making it clear he's not a part of these communities.
These individuals are not born villains. They are young people in pain who found the wrong kind of community at the right time. And if we address their underlying suffering, not just their ideology, we can meaningfully reduce harm, improve mental health outcomes, and create a more inclusive and resilient society.
Okay, and then he does the scar thing. I'm surrounded by idiots. I don't know who edited that. Obviously not Dr. K. This is important. He's doing preventative care, which I deeply believe in. Okay. And I understand. So that original commenter who commented and said, I'm tired of your language. Listen, you can be bad. I call people autists. I just do it because I picked up the language in different bubbles. Okay. I can switch it up. I can just say people, autistic people. Okay. Not a big deal. Me saying you literally have to be autistic to date Elon Musk, I mean that literally. In the same way that I look at my partner every day and I'm like, who would I be with if it wasn't another neurodivergent person? Like this makes so much sense that everybody I've dated has been neurodivergent. Like this makes so much sense that like I don't even know how I would date a neurotypical person. Not to say autistic people can't be neurotypicals, but to say that Brittany, like I'm too autistic for you not to be autistic and or ADHD and or something. That's what I mean by those comments. When I'm like, you have to be pretty autistic to date Elon. Elon's pretty fucking autistic. Now, you might not like the language, but in a safe autistic space, it should make sense to people. Now, you might say, well, Brittany, this is the internet, and this isn't a safe space to use that language. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about that, because that might be true. Is the way we should show up in this space to be very aware of who's listening? Because if that's the case, I'm about to come for some people in the best way possible. Okay, in the best way possible, with respect, because I love everybody. What was the third thing they had a problem with? I don't remember now. But the point is like, I hear people, I see you, I know you're really going through it. I'm trying to do something about it. Dr. K's trying to do something about it. Are you ready to have a serious conversation or not? Do you know what I mean? Like, because it feels like you're not. It feels like you just want to complain and be like, I know what language this is. Do you? Like, do you know that? You know what I mean? Okay. I think that's the problem. Okay. Okay. Now look for this. Look at this. Okay. Here's Dr. K. This is the Dr. K that everyone's like, oh, he's saying women need to cater to men.
Guy comes to you and asks, and if a guy comes to you and asks, Dr. K, how do I get a girlfriend? What are you going to tell them?
First thing is it's impossible to get a girlfriend. Mm-hmm. People will ask, how do I find a girlfriend? You can't find a girlfriend. You can't like walk. It is impossible. So first thing to understand is, and I hear this all the time where people like do this, or like, this is how you find a girlfriend. You can't, the only thing you literally control in your life is what's within the bounds of your skin. That's all you control. Mm-hmm. So whether a girlfriend is there for you to get or not, I have no idea. All you can do is make yourself.
How do you not see this is so opposite of Red Pill? That's all about getting pussy and getting women and getting bodies and getting box. How do you not see how different his content is? And then I have to think, is this a serious conversation or are you just trying to make money? Are you grifting? I don't think so. I would never in my life think Lisa or public offender or Therese or Kat or any of these people are grifting. I would never in my life think that of you. But then with all of my patience, I have to sit there and think, are we watching the same? And no, we're not watching the same guy because you guys often openly admit you don't watch this content. But I do. I do watch the content. And because I watch the content, I'm a little annoyed. Like, listen, I will take accountability for the way that I was overly nice to a lot of people just 4 or 5 years ago. I will not stand down, though, when I see an obvious injustice in my mind to this situation, because again, not everyone can be giving the same message. I don't want to work with incels. I don't want to work with men because every time I do, it's too misogynistic. So who's the person who has to do it? This guy, because he can, right? You have to understand, you keep going after the one guy who might actually be the difference between 2% of that audience ending up red pill and not. Because the truth is 99% of them will be gone. 98% of them, 97% of them, right? Like, you know how I see Dr. K? I see Dr. K is working with, like, first he does addiction specialty, right? I imagine imagine you go to like a meeting with like recovering drug addicts who used to beat their girlfriends and they're doing rehabilitation work. And Dr. K is like, hey, I'm really glad you didn't fall off the wagon today. And I'm glad you didn't hit anybody today. I'm really proud of you. And then you're like, what? Why is he giving them a gold star? This man is working with groups of kids who are more likely to be school shooters. He's not talking to regular Joe Schmoes. You know what I'm saying? He's talking to neurodivergent, struggling men that are having a meaning crisis. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's like, I feel like sometimes, you know, when we make queer content or women make content for women and men are like, and we're like, this isn't for you. I don't understand how you women aren't thinking, girls, this isn't for you. This video right here with this girl in it isn't for you. That's what I want you to understand. This is not for you. If you see a Dr. K video and you don't like it, it's probably not for you. That's where I'm like sitting here like, do we not have the discernment to know what we're watching? Do we not have the discernment? Okay, here we go.
The most attractive version of yourself and allow yourself the best opportunities for a girlfriend to find you. So like that's like it's a huge mindset shift, but transformative. Because, and this is like why dudes turn into simps, because they're trying to get a girlfriend. They're like, if I do this, and if I do this, if I do this, then this person will like me. Then they will accept me. You're trying to control somebody else's behavior. Right. And this is why, you know, so many people get so frustrated. You're trying to get this person to love you, and then they sort of end up loving you. But even if it succeeds, you don't feel good about it. You don't feel confident about it because you have to do so much to get so little in return. And you're going to feel threatened by other people. You're going to not have trust or faith in this person because they don't really see the real you. They see you performing at 100%. And if you ever drop to 90%, if you ever drop to 80%, are they going to leave? Right. So this is where I really do think it's a big part of, you know, ending up with a girlfriend is taking a lot of right action.
Okay.
And if a guy comes...
First of all, chat, no. I see you. No. You said, is your expectation that everyone who reacts to Dr. K watches more of his content for context? No. I see chat saying, yes, absolutely. Absolutely not. Lock in. So, is your expectation that everyone who reacts to Dr. K watches more of his content for context? No. My expectation and critique is if you're going to be leaders in this community, voices that people say we should watch or listen to, you better know what the fuck you're talking about. If you are just a commentator who's having tee-hee fun, you do you, girl. Get it wrong. Get it wrong. I don't care. But if somebody sends me Kat's video and says, Britt, what do you think of Kat's video? As if to say, Britt, your peer in this community, if Kat's just making fun little diary posts and her content's not serious and I shouldn't listen to anything she says, then I don't care if you get it wrong. Okay? But if you're going to make commentary that people send me as if you are a voice in this group that says like, hey, you're serious. Well, now I'm going to critique it seriously. And in that case, it's bad. Okay. Same with Chelsea Fagan. I'm going to talk about it today. Chelsea Fagan, if you are one of the leading voices of women in this space, then you better get it right. Same with myself. Keep in mind, I told you I'm still studying. I'm not there yet. But yes, my goal for my content is to have content that's good enough that you don't have to update it every 3 months, that it kind of stands the test of time as it updates. Because as of right now, like I'm still figuring out a lot of the foundation I'm about to build for the future of my career. Because now I'm serious. Okay? And that's the part that I'm frustrated with. And yes, chat, is it not getting context inherently reactionary? Well, that's what it's starting to come to. So then as a viewer, I'm starting to look at these women like, uh-oh, you're stagnating. You're becoming conservative. You are becoming unable to know what you're observing, which is very conservative. That is what conservatism is. It's an inability to look at Black people and know not everyone's a gangster. It's an inability to look at people with tattoos and not know that not everyone is, a Nazi or something scary, right? It's an inability to look at girls and not understand the category of a person they're in. Conservative thinking is the inability to categorize. That's why they're judgmental. That's why they're bigoted, because they look at everyone who looks like this and goes, all of you. Okay, I want to give examples. Here we go. Okay, here's Kat Black reviewing Dr. K's. Okay, and I'm glad she looked up the full, like, more longer clips instead of just the TikToks. I skipped through to 14 minutes and 31 seconds.
So I think what we're starting to see is actually like a mass extinction event. Many years ago, I was a loser, and the world that we lived in necessitated my entry into third spaces. I had trouble talking to girls, but I was forced into college.
Yeah, we can tell.
When I got my first job, it was serving ice cream.
Was that supposed to be insulting, right? Oh yeah, we can tell. We can tell you struggle talking to girls. Okay, so we're making jabs. That's fine. Again, are we making like jabby jabs? Or what are we doing here? Okay, fine. That's fair. He was a nerdy Indian kid who grew up. I get it. Okay, but it's okay, fine.
I was forced to interact with girls. I was active in a summer camp where I met girls, was forced to talk to girls. So I sucked at talking to girls, but the world that I lived in was structured so that
Forced to talk to girls. Okay, I'm gonna let him finish his thought, but like, why do you feel forced to talk to girls? Because you were in a scenario where you had to have a conversation with a girl. So does that mean that before that point, you made a intentional decision to predominantly converse with other men? Now, I'm assuming that you probably have a mom, maybe, I don't know your situation. Like, do you just not talk to women? And why is that? Is that because of a way you feel about women? Like, what's that about?
Like I said, I'm not trying to pick a fight with Kat. I'm not trying to do that. But is she listening? That's what I'm saying. Are you a reactionary now? He said summer camp. He said as a child. He's in his 40s. That means he's a Gen Xer or a millennial. That means he's literally talking about when he's a kid. You're making fun of a kid. And he wasn't talking to women. He was talking to girls, little girls. Because growing up, we were segregated. We were literally segregated from one another. Yes, you might have had some girl-boy groups. But like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think, listen, I've done it too on stream, right? Where I mishear stuff. I go, oh, shoot. And then you help me and you're like, Brit, you heard wrong. You heard wrong. Maybe Kat is just genuinely hearing him incorrectly. But what good is this commentary, right? What good is the commentary? It's not good commentary. It's bad commentary. It's not helpful. It's not interesting. It's not introspective. It's not accurate. So again, maybe she just genuinely misheard him. Okay.
Really get the term forced. Like, anyway, I'll let him finish his thought.
I still had to talk to girls. I had no option to retreat from interaction and painful interaction with the opposite sex. I think literally what we're seeing, because all this stuff started to get really bad during COVID. So what happened in COVID was actually like a natural selection event, but it wasn't a natural selection event about life and death. That's what people think natural selection is. What happened during COVID, sure, a lot of people died and that's bad. But the post-COVID world, some people were able to adapt to it and some people are not. We're seeing a spike in social anxiety. Now I can work from home. Now I have pornography. Now I have all this stuff going on to where I'm not forced to learn how to interact with women. Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. So now you can live your whole life at home. And I think what's starting to happen is literally natural selection. And the way that natural selection works is people think it's like, oh, if natural selection means I'm weak and someone is strong. That's not technically correct. Natural selection is you were made a certain way, someone else is made a different way, and then the environment changes. Which one of these two is suited to, it's not even adaptation because all the adaptations have been made. And I think the best example of this is like literally Darwin's finches.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so really fast, chat said, what is conservatism exactly? Conservatism is used in a multi-layered way, Okay, this is what today's podcast is about. Why conservatives are more likely to be predatory. It's a layer. It's not just Republicans or registered conservatives or American conservatives. It's any person who conserves, who stagnates, who doesn't adapt or change. It's people who are refusing, are stubborn, and or unable to update, right? And look, Kat comes from a conservative background. We both grew up in Orange County. Kat has also dated conservative men versus, see, funny enough, I haven't. I've dated liberal men who were basically conservative, let's be real, like compared to being a progressive, but I've never dated conservative men. And you know what I mean? And Kat has an interesting, I had a realization today. We'll talk about it in a second. That I am not surprised Kat is, we'll get into it, but sometimes I do think these women forget, like, you need to deconstruct. You need to keep updating, because if you don't, you will become stagnant, just like Hassan, just like me. If we do not keep updating, we will get stagnant. Just because you're smarter than the red pill doesn't mean you're smart. Okay? Just because we're funny with our quick jokes doesn't mean anything. And again, if Kat comes to the internet and says like, hey, I just want to be a fun person, okay, then we need Kat to stop acting like we should listen to her opinions on anything. That when she makes a cool quote and everyone's quoting it, like it's a big deal, like she's the icon that she has been all these years, right? This is the dilemma. It's like, Kat is supposed to be an icon in the community, but it feels like all of our great icons are stagnating, which is not uncommon, right? There's plenty of LGBT people who went conservative. Kat is not exempt from this. There's just as much opportunity for her to become a conservative as anybody else. It just won't look like MAGA. Okay? It just won't look like MAGA. So I'm saying, is she, you know what I mean? Okay, so we'll get into that, okay? Here, people are like, maybe Dr. K's losing me a bit. He's obviously not in his bubble, so he's not on his turf. He's talking to a guy whose primary audience is boys and men who are very conservative. And let me just say this, because I think this is important. My brothers are more conservative, right? Though a lot of them, and I just caught up with a whole bunch of them, a lot of them are kind of deconstructing a bit. They're like really on this journey. And one of them in particular was just telling me how, like therapy has become a less scary thing. And I realized that's not that surprising to me that they were heading in a therapy direction, which I'm happy to hear, because when they told me they were watching The Diary of the CEO, I was like, oh, you're working on something. What are you working on? Because I am not a fan of The Diary of CEO, but I've watched a ton of his podcasts because ultimately people who are drawn to it are interested in learning. The hope is you don't stay there. The hope is you outgrow it. So when my brother told me he had been watching the pod, I warned him a lot of it is pseudoscience, so be careful. But more than that, what it told me about him is that he was trying to break a generational curse. I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of him that he watched the pod and instead of becoming a crazy fan, took what he needed and got rid of the rest. Because that is how you think. That is a good thinker. A good thinker is somebody who can learn from everybody and like gets rid of the stuff you don't need. That's what I want to see for women in these spaces. Because I'm not seeing it. I am seeing a hard stagnation from a lot of these women. A lot of these pro women content. I love it. I love watching it. But girls, what do we do after we're done surviving, right? We have to let conservative men have a way into therapy that might be these pods, but understand that 99 or 98% of the men watching these pods will never be helped. Right? Okay. Are you ready to admit that 90% of the audience watching you also won't change? Because if you're Sheer 7, who's just making content on women in survival situations, but you never teach them to live, these women will stay in survival mode and stay watching your content. And if they do not outgrow you, they are also stagnant. Why do I always tell you, if you outgrow my content, leave? If you don't outgrow my content because I'm growing too and we're growing at a similar pace, great. But as long as your content is, as long as you as a content creator think people should now grow you, you are stagnant. Okay, so here we go.
You've got one finch that has a hard beak that can crack a nut. You've got another finch that has a very sharp beak that can get...
And the reason he's talking about this is because boys are obsessed with this. They're obsessed with like adapting and evolution, and he's just speaking their language. But it's really helpful if you listen to him.
Bug out of a cactus that has these very tight flowers. And so if something happens and all the cacti die out, the birds that rely on the cacti bugs will start to die out too. They don't know how to procreate in this world anymore. And I think what we're seeing with like all these alphas, betas, incels, what we're seeing in South Korea is there is a whole generation of men that is like, we are literally watching them die out in real time because we've got 32-year-olds, 35-year-olds who do not have children, do not know how they're going to ever have children.
I can feel the soul of the piss-offedness developing right now. You are not owed babies. You're not owed women. You have to meet a woman who wants to have a baby in order to have a baby with a woman. And if you meet a woman and she
We agree with this. Dr. K would agree with this. Dr. K isn't saying men need girlfriends. He's saying we have to do something about the fact that they don't have it. And their whole identity and role as a man has been have a baby. If your role in society is assigned to you at birth and the role shifts, there will be a crisis. Why are women pretending to forget how hard it was to leave conservatism, Christianity, Republican belief systems? Why are women forgetting how hard it was for us to leave? Now men must go through the same journey. But it wasn't easy for us. I'm sorry, did you guys have a fun time doing it? Because it was hard. So now boys have to do the same thing. Men have to do the same thing. And most of the men who are alive today won't do it and they will die. And I hope you do not make babies with them. Ladies, okay? I hope you don't make babies with them. But there is a crisis happening. Two things can be true at once.
examines the material conditions around her, you know, like in America, where now in certain states, if you get a miscarriage, it could be seen as an abortion, right? And your life, your body could be damaged. And, you know, like the situation that we're in right now where abortion isn't legal in a lot of places and pregnancy is still kind of a life or death thing for a lot of women.
Right.
Maybe they're not going to be too eager to do that. Maybe they're not going to be too eager to bring a child into a world where our president is a fucking dictator.
Yeah, for sure. I think Dr. K would agree with all of that. Now, let's go to this next segment because we're not watching the whole thing together. This is 35 minutes in. Look at this.
It's like some people have cancer. We give them cancer treatment. They get better. But if some people have cancer and everyone's like, hey, do this chemotherapy and it doesn't work, then how screwed are you? You're very screwed. So this is, I think, what we're seeing. This deep existential loss, this desire for connection is somehow like intersecting with pornography. Because I think pornography addiction has a spiritual component too. And if you talk to people who are addicted to pornography, they can feel it. They feel like spiritually like empty. They're like, I'm not doing anything. So one of the two variables that correlates with pornography addiction, the two strongest variables that correlate with pornography addiction, one of them is a sense of meaninglessness in life. And
so is this guy saying that because women aren't fucking men, that men are turning to porn, and that is a spiritual rupture that women need to care about?
No, that's not what he's saying. You literally completely misunderstood, and I don't even know how you got there. That's what I'm saying. What is this commentary? What is this commentary that has 55,000 views in 2 days? No, that's not what he said at all. This is what I'm saying. I love Kat, but this is bad content. It's just bad content. Okay? So listen, what are we going to do about it? Well, with respectfully, like, we have to move past this, whatever this is, you know, but hey, it brings in the views. You know what I mean? That's what's crazy is, and I understand this, the work that I do is very niche. Most people aren't interested. And most of the women in my audience might be very mad at me right now and being like, because they really love Kat, they really love Lisa, they really love these girls. And I think they are cathartically getting something from these women. But are you guys getting joyful? I'm trying to give you joy. Yes, I love reacting to patriarchy. Yes, I love punching down on red pill people or punching up at red pill people or however you want to say it, you know, but also I want to get you guys to joy where like being a man doesn't even matter, where it's more like, who are you as a consciousness, you know?
If a guy gets rejected by me and he goes home and jerks off, I have no emotions about it. None. That's him abusing himself, pun intended. What's that got to do with me?
I don't even know why she's saying, that's what I mean. Like, girl, why are you even saying this?
What's that got to do with women and children? And what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Look, if the porn is so good that you don't want to have a baby anymore, it sounds like you weren't really interested in having a baby. Sounds like you wanted to fuck. Sounds like this is a conversation about you not fucking.
There's
See, and then a part of me is like, man, maybe I should just make content like this. I'd get a lot more views and a lot more subscribers. This is the problem. Ladies, I'm talking to you now. You still like this. Women want to talk about how much smarter they are than men and all this stuff. And though I agree you are smarter than men as a system, maybe, if this is the greatest content you have to serve up to yourself and you're feeding your consciousness, you are also dying. You are on a bad diet. Okay? And I'm trying to say, look, I am deconstructing gender. I'm not that interested in being a woman at this point. I'm not interested in being a man. I'm not even interested in this role that you were assigning to anybody. Okay? I am interested in being a consciousness who's having a relationship with her joy, who is making the world a less bad place. Okay? And I am just saying this content might make the views, but that should be a concern. Just like Hassan Piker being the leading voice of the left should be a concern to you, because it's a reflection of where we are even as a community. Listen, yes, you are better than MAGA. Yes, you are better than conservatives. But girls, is that really that big of a brag? Like, don't we want to be better than just being better than Nazis? Like, okay, low bar much? Low bar, girls, low bar. You're better than this low bar. You are so much better. Well, I hope you're better than this. But if you keep giving views and money and credit to these ideas, then you are just going to continue being down there with the boys. And boys as a system, they're already suffering. That's why I say, like, progressive, outside of political progressiveness, philosophical progressiveness, moving towards the future, moving past these binary conversations, the future is diverse. There's going to be all kinds of people there, but specific kinds of people stay here. And I'm saying all these years of watching Cat, I'm not seeing the growth anymore. It gets worse. It gets worse. I don't really mean to go for Cat this much, but it's going to get worse. I've really been disappointed with her content. The same as Chelsea Fagan. Girls, you are stagnating. And as an avid viewer who used to love this content, I just got to say something, because at this point, especially with my content, especially with my viewers saying, Britt, what about these people? What do you think about these people? I love these people. But man, it feels sometimes like I'm watching my conservative mom talk, where I'm like, is this the best you have? And I don't mean literally MAGA, right? That's not what I mean, girls. I mean like your liberal mom. How about that? It's like watching your liberal mom who's like, I voted for Obama. It's like, okay, thanks, mom. That's what it kind of sounds like. Okay, here we go. Watch this. So, okay, you can watch Kat's video on your own. I did not think it was productive. Here's Dr. K on his own content. This is Dr. K's direct content, okay?
So it's women's responsibility. No, I'm not saying it's women's responsibility.
So are women responsible for men?
This person is saying, so it's women's responsibility. No, I'm not saying it's women's responsibility. So this is where I get so confused. If there is a demographic of people who are struggling, who is responsible for helping them? I don't think that if, let's say, like, I'm Black, I don't think that it is white people's responsibility for helping me. I think it is everyone in society's responsibility for helping me. That's what society is. It's all of the people coming together and helping the people who need the help. So I do not think it is women's responsibility. The reason that I make this channel and the reason that I make videos to help these people is because I believe it is my responsibility as a man, as part of society, to help men who didn't know how to socialize. So I'm not saying it's women's responsibility. I'm saying it's society's responsibility. And I think this is where it's really sad, because I think that we have lost, or we have forgotten.
If I'm going to translate it to a conversation you might understand. It takes a village, intergenerational living, community. That's what he means by society. So when you push back on him saying society, you're pushing back on him saying community, collective. That's what he's saying. Okay?
forgotten the real value of feminism. So what's super cool about feminism is like both men and women came together and it wasn't like just men's responsibility to make sure feminism happened, right? It's a societal effort to promote equality between all people. And I think that generally benefits all of us. I'm not saying it's your responsibility as a woman, but if you consider yourself part of society, then I think it would be nice if you were willing to help. And so this is like so hard to say as a psychiatrist. Some people who are disadvantaged can lift themselves up by their bootstraps. And I think that's great. I think it's wonderful. What makes me sad about that is I think the real tragedy is you should have never had to, right? Society should have been in a position where all of those individual struggles were good for you and you deserve it because you kind of like lifted yourself out of that crap. And I've seen that time and time and time again, people in disadvantaged situations who are able to be incredibly resilient and grow and move on with their life. That's awesome. But like, just because you had to do it on your own, I don't think everybody else should do it on your own. I don't think that the right move is, okay, you had to do it on your own, so they should too. I think the right move is you shouldn't have had to do it on your own. That's actually a tragedy, and you're incredibly lucky and resilient. Maybe your brain works in a certain way where your frontal lobes are incredibly strong or something like that. Who knows? But my point is, just because you had to do it on your own, that's a victory, yes, and should be celebrated, yes, but also speaks to the global tragedy of the society we're living in. I think the right answer is you should have had more help, and everybody else should have more help too. Not because you had no help, no one else deserves help. I think the whole point of human progress, even if something is hard for me, like there were things that were hard for me, but I think the right move is if I've climbed out of that pit, I should reach a hand down and help someone else out of the pit, whether I had help or not. Like, isn't that what creates the society that we want?
Right. This goes back to things like school loans, where it's like people shouldn't have to pay for school. And people are like, but I had to pay for school. Okay, well, you shouldn't have had to. Okay. Now, there are things you have to do by yourself, which he makes a point of, like getting a girlfriend, not the goal. Having a good relationship with self, the goal. That's an individual, and yet you get help from the community journey, right? Okay. Chat says, what do you mean that men need community? So under patriarchy, the men are only allowed a certain kind of community, right? You know that statistic that women's whose husbands die do better than men's whose wives die? And it's because men don't have good enough community. Men under patriarchy are shamed for having that community. They're shamed for sharing their feelings, for admitting guilt, for having struggles. They're not allowed to have strong community. And look, even girls, a lot of the time, so when I have a woman come to me, and she'll say, Britt, have you noticed that it's harder to talk to women than men? I'll be like, no. 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 And when people come to me, they go, don't you think it's harder to talk to men than women? No. No. I don't. I don't think it's hard to talk to anybody. But that's because I like people for more than their gender. And I tend to talk to all people of all genders. And I try not to talk to people that identify very hard with their genders. Okay? I try to talk to people who focus on more than that, also talking about being those things under systems of oppression. It's, again, I don't have a problem talking to women or men or any race or any background or even any religion. What I struggle with is the person in front of me being not curious, being not introspective, being selfish, unhealed, unfocused. Okay? That's what I have a struggle with, is talking to anybody who isn't listening and thinking. That's my struggle. Okay? So no, I do not struggle to talk to anybody. But I hear you. I get it. I used to think that. I used to say, oh, women are so shallow. Women just care about beauty products and looking cute for boys. Ugh, I hate girls. And then I was like, oh, I hate boys. Boys are just so obsessed with video games and they don't care about anything deep. And what boys think about at 25, I thought about when I was in 8th grade. And then you just realize, like, man, we all think we're so good, huh? We think we're so much better than other people, right? That's not what I want to promote here. I don't want to have this narrative. It's funny to make a little joke. I love a jokey joke. But if we're being serious about the commentary, let's be serious. Okay. I saw this on Reddit 6 months ago. Hey, how do you guys feel about content creators who routinely post and advocate for 4B content but are consistently male partnered or married to men? For the record, I'm not against partnered women posting or discussing content related to feminism or decentering men. I think that it can be beneficial in a lot of ways, especially for women who could use these messages most and desperately need to hear these things. Okay, skip. 100%. Wait, is this the one I want? Wait, this one. Okay. I block them. You know why? Because it's apparent many women use the hashtags for these movements to gain clout and a paycheck. The women that blackpilled me to this is it's Lisa on TikTok, right? Okay, Yvette edits. I don't know why her name is that, to be honest. It's confusing to me. I had to look up her name today to know what her name was. It's Lisa. Constantly telling women, at least that's what Google says, constantly telling women dating is pointless, but with a whole husband and getting him to film a video of him serving her breakfast in bed. This type of capitalistic leeching is 100% a character trait in male-centered women. You need to understand this clout-chasing behavior in women as part of the reason feminism failed to reach its full potential. The inclusivity of weirdos is how choice liberal feminism gains steam and killed the progress of radical feminism. They're still male-centered and making money off your views. Block them. Even the ones like Flawed Villain, who are literally ousted for racism, was exposed for not believing in her message, using her platform to make money as a tool. Okay, there's this whole like discourse going on. I don't agree or disagree with any of that. I just think there's a lot there. Okay. Here's the thing. I would look at it differently. I would say the goal is to get to a place where we realize the opposite of men is not women and the opposite of white is not black. And we are not opposites of each other. Okay. So Dr. K is named Alok. But there's another Alok that I love so much, okay? And that is the philosopher Alok, right? And there's this thing that happens where this is the disconnect between our communities. I am not interested in being a woman for women. I'm interested in being a consciousness for consciousness, but I'm interested in focusing on the experience we're having with life. So here's a look, this beautiful speech. I really love this speech here.
On in the world right now. What is your diagnosis for what's going on in the world right now?
So there's this thing that happens where everyone is born free. Then we cry, and then someone cares for us and holds us, and we learn this lesson, which is that we need each other to survive. And then fast forward, we forget that. And so then what we do is we create entire institutions built off of the myth of individualism. We get disciplined into this idea that there are opposite genders, that there are opposite races, and we internalize these fictions like reality. But the truth of the truth is that we're all just iterations of one another. The way forward then is not to rebrand opposition and separation in a way that works for us. So it's not to say, you're bad and I'm good, but is to adopt what I think the most political pronoun in the world is, we. I am doing this work because of us, because I love us. And then it's to reframe all of the struggles of women, of queer people, of disabled people, of trans people, as benevolent gifts that bring us back to home. And what that home is us.
Okay, this is where I am. Okay, I'm going to link it because people are asking me to link it in chat. This is where I am. This is where I'm heading. This is the future. This is my future. This is what I want my life to look like, our life to look like. This is what I think we need. So keep that in mind as we go through this conversation today, that this is the future to me. This is where I think the world should go. This is what healing can look like. Okay? We are not opposites of one another. We are all each other having an experience. And I know that sounds a little woo-woo for people, but the truth is, girl, we don't know what we're doing here. So we're assigning constructs all the time to our existence, but this is what I want for the world. Okay, so I'm a big fan. Now, let's pivot for a second to Chelsea Fagan. Recently, Chelsea put out a new video. And look, I don't like it as much as anybody else. Like, I would love to live in a world where in the same way, I would love to live in a world where like I wasn't about to lose all my content creators. That's what it feels like. It feels like all these people that I reliably were watching and enjoying, they're stagnating so hard that I'm like, who am I going to listen to? And so I'm like, okay, time to find new people. And like, I'll still check in. I'll still watch on occasion. But man, that's, and I look, if you all grow content, great. But damn, wouldn't it be nice if they could just keep it up? Okay. This is a new Q&A, video they did. They just posted this. Okay. So her and her co-host do this little Q&A. Just listen to her reaction. Listen to Chelsea's reaction over a very serious question. And this is why I say it's like they're giving up. Look, if you're going to give up, leave. The average lifespan for a content creator is 7 years. Go and give me all your patrons and all your money on the way out. Go. Because some of us are here and we want to be here for life. Leave. Okay? Listen to the way she answers this woman's very serious question. Or man's, or they, thems. I actually don't know their gender. Here we go.
This was long. I stopped wanting to have kids because of our government. Is this normal?
Yeah, of course it's normal. There's so many schools.
So the question is, I stopped wanting to have kids because our government, is this normal? So the lady on the left just had a baby and Chelsea is child free.
Thought around this. I wish that I had a real quippy, quick, prescient answer for you about this. There are going to be ups and downs about this question. I think that there's so many angles to think about it from. Do you, where you live, feel safe, even physically going through the process of pregnancy and delivery? If something were to go wrong, do you feel that your body and your autonomy would be respected based on where you live? Not true for everyone. So even just from the jump there, that's a big concern. Then there's the, what am I bringing my child into? They didn't ask for this element that sometimes people will bring up. Then there's but this is really what I want in my life. And if we aren't creating more humans and hopefully raising them to be good humans to fight back against anything that's bad, what are we doing? There's so many schools of thought. Only you can really answer this for yourself. I do think always seriously considering your overall safety, as well as the safety of your future child based on where you live. Currently in the United States, your state really impacts a lot of that. If your child grows up to be any version of different than what the current government wants to see.
This is not Chelsea. This is her co-host. So far, so good, right? This is her co-host, right? Pretty good, taking people's struggles into consideration, all of that stuff, okay? This is her co-host.
From people, this may be just how I'll try to word this. Do you feel that your state protects your child's rights? Do you feel that your child's going to be able to get medical care that they would need?
Great,
Do you feel that your child's going to be respected at school? It's also hard to answer that because that could be 10, 15 years away from potentially being a problem. If your child has a major medical issue, are you able to get access to good resources? Are any of those resources free for you based on your city or state? It's all good research to do before you expand your family, kind of regardless of whatever government we're living in, but particularly right now. And I think having multiple...
Okay, see, there's Chelsea on the couch, girls. There's two people on screen, okay? Chelsea is not talking. This is her co-host. Chelsea's going to answer after.
Voices in the room for yourself and you're answering this question is important. There are obviously plenty of people who are continuing to have children, and having conversations with folks and asking, without any sort of blame or judgment, what made you decide to do this right now? For some people, it's timing. It could be, hey, I can't wait out this administration biologically to see what's on the other side of this. So this is my choice if I want to biologically expand my family. And having just multiple conversations with people who can bring you nuanced answers, and you're not just living in a certain vortex around responses and information around this, I think is incredibly important in order to make sure that you are having a well-informed opinion, and then also turning off all of the voices for a period of time and just really reflecting on what do you want. And fundamentally, you don't have to justify this decision to anyone else. It just needs to be something that you personally actually want.
Okay, let's see what Chelsea has to say.
Anything?
Oh, chat says her name is Erin. There we go. Her name is Erin. Okay, here's Chelsea.
Someone who doesn't want kids for reasons entirely unrelated to our government, I say, who cares? I mean, 90% of the world population, they just get pregnant and they're like, whoops, guess I'm having a kid again. You know what I mean? Like, don't torture yourself. Who cares? Like, if you want a kid, have a kid. I just do we know, government aside, if you're emailing Chelsea at thefinancialdiet.com to ask a question for this podcast about whether or not you feel you should have a kid and your main concern is the president of the United States, which is still far and away the wealthiest country in the world, I'm not saying you don't have real problems. I'm not saying they're not real, but if this is the reason to take you off of the playing field of having kids, maybe you just don't want them, because like it's just not. Do you realize the circumstances under which 90% of the world population has children, like, or throughout history? Like, this is probably objectively the best time in history, at least in this country, for 90% of people to have kids.
The only pushback I'll give on that.
She's given up, bro. This is the most giving up answer I've ever seen. Like, you know what happens on YouTube? And this is normal. I feel like she's burnt out answering this question because she gets it every time. That's your job. Your job is to answer the same questions over and over again. If you don't want that to be your job, leave. That's why people struggle in this job. Because you think that people are going to have new questions. They're not. The same questions are going to occur. How do I find a job? How do I buy a house in this market? How much is a baby? How much is daycare? Do you know what I'm saying? We're trying to make the world a better place. We're not trying to look at people who are suffering the most and saying like, well, they suffer and they have kids. I guess we should suffer too. No, we want to move people to the future. How can we move people to the future? By looking at the most struggling communities and saying, well, they're struggling, so you're too privileged to even ask this question. What? Okay, so I understand her frustration, but does she understand, like, and look, you know, it's funny, she's been doing this series where she interviews women over 50, and most of them have been divorced, and her community's been begging for diversity in her guests. But more than that, they've said, can you interview somebody who's in a happy relationship? And Chelsea Fagan said, people in happy relationships don't have much to teach you. Well, maybe they could tell us how they got there. I feel like I could teach so much to her audience. I think me being in a healthy, good marriage is one of the most obvious points of growth for me as a human. Like, not because I was partnered, but because I was healthy enough to pick a good partner, to bond with a good person. And also I learned something so significant about why I was even dating toxic in the first place. See, Chelsea's been with her husband for so long, I think she forgets, right? That the world is still dating. You can't just keep telling women not to get married, which is Chelsea's whole new shtick is telling women not to get married because it's a disadvantage for them. Well, she's literally married over 13 years. That's the problem. So that Reddit post was like, hey, what are we doing here? Listen, I'm married, but we have a genderless marriage. So I am not in like a typical heterosexual marriage because we don't have, I don't even know what that we're only heterosexual on paper because I don't even know what that means. We're only cis on paper. We're only straight. We're only men and women on paper. I don't even know what that means. When we're talking about our marriage, we're two people away from these constructs. Our marriage is us, you know? So yeah, like there are so many benefits to interviewing healthy, progressive marriages. The dilemma is I don't think Chelsea believes that they exist. You know what I'm saying? So again, I understand most people's career on the internet doesn't. I mean, look at Kai Cenat making his big pivot. People get bored of what they're doing even when they're at the top because they're in a meaning crisis. Because they don't know where they are. They don't know what they're doing. And I'm telling you, as somebody who knows what she's doing finally, not only am I going to be here forever, but I will joyfully answer the question of, do we have free will? I love answering that question. Brittany, what is my meaning? Let's talk about it. Brittany, what does healthy even look like? Let's talk about it. And I've been on the internet a long time. I know what it's like to be a content creator who's sick. Listen, when I was an educator for queer and kink communities, I got sick of answering the same questions over and over again. And I said, I cannot answer this question for 50 years. So I pivoted. But I was self-aware enough to pivot. Where is the self-awareness in our leaders? And the reason I say leader, I'm using it very loosely in this context, just bigger content creators with more clout. Because remember, even though people know who I am and I get it. And even though I have bigger people who follow me or in my comment sections or you guys see them mention me, that's great. I'm not one of the big players, but I will be one day. And when that time comes, I want to be ready because I don't want to be them. I don't want to be Kat Black. I don't want to be Hassan. When I see them in their positions, I don't want to be Chelsea Fagan with 1 million followers, 1 million subscribers. When I see them, I just think like, okay, I don't want to do that. When I get there, if I get there, I want to be ready. I want to be actually ready because these people are not ready. So that's also part of the problem. They're not ready, but they're there. Do you know what I'm saying? But they're not really ready. And that's a part of the struggle. Okay, let's finish this out and we'll get into other people.
In terms of the person might be asking that question because they want them and the people around them are saying it's unethical to do it right now. Because I have heard that narrative already. So I'm just saying that's possibly where this is coming from, is being told by other people, how dare you? Which is why I tried to
get a dinner party and someone's like, it would be so unethical to have a child. What assholes are you having dinner with?
Listen, I'm just saying I've heard it.
Coastal elites.
Yes,
I'm a
we are.
Republican. I'm a Republican and everyone should have 10 kids. Like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. People are way too in their heads.
Oh,
See that idea? Like, guys, we should be having serious conversations about the ethics around having children. That is one of the most serious conversations we could ever have. And here's Chelsea, who's childless, and I'm childless too, girl, because it's a serious thing. Okay? For her to come out and say, like, oh my God, like, this is not a real conversation. Girl, this is the most serious conversation we should be having.
I mean, undoubtedly, the whole answer I gave is very, like, in your head answer. I just do think that for some folks, I mean, listen, I struggled with this. Again, no relationship to the government. I struggled with the question of whether or not to have kids for a long time. You can go back to previous episodes to hear about it. That it just, for some people, you're just looking for answers from anywhere. And you might be hearing from other people, how dare.
I shouldn't be so denigrating to my own audience. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I think if you're really into climate activism and you decide to have a kid, I'm sure people at that dinner table are like, again, how dare.
Yeah, but those people suck ass. The people like the
Don't come for
scolders.
us in the comments.
No, but like the scolders.
It's funny that Chelsea's like, people who scold are a mess. Did you call your autistic audience losers? Wasn't that you?
We have
Agreed.
plenty of data. Scolding people doesn't work. So people who engage in scolding around basically any issue are just, they're doing it more for their own personal sense of smugness than they are for any positive change. As I said earlier, we know, we have the data.
Literally, her whole TikTok is lecturing people. Do you know what I'm saying? Chet says Chelsea's going through something. I think she is too. So I'm willing to see that and be like, hey, girl, I think you're going through something. Maybe stop posting content. I see it too. I think she is going through something. But that's the point. Do you know that? See how we're suffering because you're going through something? Okay, Kat's also going through something. We're going to talk about that in a second. That's what I'm saying. Hey guys, do you all know you're going through something? And we're catching the strays as audience members watching your content? That's what I'm saying, guys. Even when I'm going through something, I want to make it a not your business. It is not your job to notice I am going through something. That's where I want to be. I want to make sure you are not responsible for that. This is my job. I have family, friends. I can get a therapist. They can handle that. If I'm going through something, that is none of your business. Maybe I'll share if it's appropriate. Okay. Right? But like, girl, what is happening? Chet says, I think they think we can't tell. I think so too. I was like, you are not hiding this well. Okay. Now, Chet said, what's wrong with Hassan? I'm just going to replay this clip. We played it last week. I'm going to have a conversation about this. Look at this clip from Hassan. This just happened.
With Dan and Caesar's music?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Dan and Caesar's music?
Yeah, I don't. Okay.
You don't listen to music? I thought that you were about to say that.
That is
really?
Bro, it's embarrassing. Really? I don't listen to any music at all. I have listened to your music though. I have. But I don't listen to any.
How you don't?
Bro, I do not listen to any music
What makes
at all.
you happy? Yeah, honestly.
What makes me happy, seeing some of the changes take place that I push for all the time. But I know I'm autistic as fuck. I don't listen.
What do you do when you're working out? What do you listen to?
I literally
don't say podcasts. Podcasts? Oh my god,
bro, that's
we finally met one of them. Look. Are you familiar with?
Okay. So, okay. Lus, first, I do think Hassan likes it and he thinks it's funny and he thinks it makes him different. It just makes you weird and not in the cute, quirky way. It makes me concerned. I know I make a joke sometimes like, hey, are you a psychopath? But it's kind of a joke. What I mean to say is, we're talking about a division in the world that often music brings together. You are Turkish. There's no Turkish music you like. There's no song that makes you think of your family. No sound that when you hear it, images of your father like come into your mind. You're like, oh my God, I miss my family, right? There are 8 billion people on this planet. Some people will have different experiences with music. But when you are a leader of a community, when you talk about diversity and culture, and you then say, I don't like music, you're not saying like, I don't, maybe I'm just being too literal about this, or maybe this is like, music is one of the saving it's like one of the most important parts of community. It is like one of the most important parts of culture. Music, sounds, coming together, playing instruments, right? So the fact that he says, I don't listen to music and doesn't really say like, no, there's a serious problem, or I don't like it, or here's why. He just thinks it's like quirky. You know what I mean? I'm looking at him like, you can't be one of the leaders in the movement, and yet you are the only guy. Because the leader in a movement knows how to bring people together, knows how to say how powerful and important culture is, while updating traditions to be more modern, right? So it's like when we have these conversations, there's something there for me that says like, is this the best how humanity has? And it might. And listen, I know people the other day said, what the fuck, you're a YouTuber, so what does it matter? And someone was like, well, she's not one of the leaders. And I'm not. One, the people never made me one. People made Hassan one, right? People never made me one. In all my years on YouTube, you guys have not rallied and made me one of them. You do not share my content, make me go viral, clip me, make sure people know who I am, brag about me. You are not, the world has spoken. You don't want me as one of your leaders. I also am not trying to be one, right? So I'm not trying to be one either. But see, Jordan Peterson didn't choose to be one. His audience made him one. Okay, a lot of these men didn't choose to be it. They were made leaders by their communities. I'm obviously not making content that people generally resonate with enough to make me one. You're making Lisa one. Okay, when you send me Kat's content, you're kind of making her one, right? She's this like iconic person in the queer community, right? So when we have these conversations, okay, it's like I understand, but also I do know that I'm doing something here, and I do think I'm ahead of my time. And I do think the future is going to be a look, and the future is going to be me, and the future is going to be Britt Hartley, and it's going to be Vervaeke, it's going to be philosophy. I think the future is both a looks, okay? Dr. K and a look. I think the future is more than we're doing now, and it is past all of these binaries, okay? I think it is. I also understand why it's important to have this content now. I totally see it. It has a reason. Okay, here's Lisa's podcast where Offender was on, Public Offender. Let me just play this for you.
Why is it so important to you to see a different kind of world?
I mean, one of the main reasons is because I'm Black. And as a Black person, I've always been like adverse to systems of oppression, right? I'm like racism. I've always been adverse to racism, obviously. When I got older, I was extremely adverse to capitalism. And when you see the patriarchy for what it is, when you see that like that's the granddaddy of them all, you have a choice, even if you think it benefits you, because I finally found a system that somewhat benefited me, which is the thing that makes it really hard to go against and challenge, right? It was easy for me to challenge racism because racism doesn't benefit me at all. It was easy for me to challenge capitalism because I'm not a capitalist. I never had any capital. I was born in poverty in the projects in the 80s. Like I never, money was never, you know what I'm saying? Like all my friends was on Section 8, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know nothing about that. So it was easy, but it was hard when it was like, oh, but you're a man and you are afforded all of these like unspoken, privileges, right? That people don't like pay attention to. It's hard to challenge that. But for me, I was like, I want to be free. Like, I'm going to be honest. I'm selfish. I'm tired of being oppressed. I'm tired of oppression. Like, I'm sick of it, And even though I'm a man, whatever, if I got to, I guess, get like a little membership to the boys club, I don't care. Because I don't like men. Generally speaking, I don't really like men, like as a group. I like my friends. I got friends that I like that are men. But as I got older, I just started to be like, dudes is dumb.
Yeah, like, to be honest, that's a good sign. You definitely want to be with a guy who doesn't like men as a group, because men as a group suck. They just do. They suck. Okay. Now, chat says, he said it's because he's autistic. I do think it's auditory processing. No. Hassan better. Okay. Yes, but no. Hassan doesn't get to pull the autistic card unless he's serious. I'm going to put a line in the sand. If it's your autism, say it. Say it with your full chest. Say you're autistic. Don't joke about it. Don't make it a meme. Be serious. Are you autistic, Hassan? Do you have a disability? Are you struggling with a fucking deficit? Say it with your chest so hard that your enemies use it against you, and then you can feel what it's like to have to deal with ableism. Because right now, he gets to use it as a fun tee-hee. Use it for real. Own it. Say it. Say, yeah, not only am I autistic, but I have huge sensory issues. Teach us. Show it. Be an advocate. Let people realize, like, oh, shit. I didn't know that about you, bro. Thanks for telling me you're autistic. Right? Be serious then. You're autistic? Tell us about it. You know? That's what I want from these people with these big platforms. Don't use the identity as a tee-hee. Be serious. Are you autistic? And is that why? Do you think that's really why? How interesting. Because for the record, plenty of autistic people love music. So is that his reason, or is that the excuse he uses because he doesn't want to introspect? Remember, this man has never gone to therapy. Remember that this man admitted he's never been to therapy. Never been to therapy. Remember that. This is what I'm saying. This is a man. Why do you guys think you hold smaller creators more accountable in many ways than bigger ones? Don't you think the bigger the audience, the more accountability? Or do you think the bigger the content creator, the further from accountability because you can't get to him? Because when you write a comment, there's a chance he might not see it. Versus if you write a comment, I definitely have to see it. See, when you guys write me a comment, I definitely have to sit with it and meditate on it. Hassan and all these people, they don't have to do that. So they don't have to go home and think about what they did. I go home every day and I think, shoot, did I do that wrong? Should I have said that better? I really care about my audience. Like, guys, I am holding myself to a standard, and I'm not even one of the big players. I'm not even a player. And a big part of that is because I know I'm in training. I know one day I might have to be called to action, and I want to be there for the village. I understand that I talk about very serious topics on the internet, and there might be a day when someone goes, okay, Britt, you're in, tag. And I'm like, fuck, because I'm not ready right now. But I don't think any of these people are ready either, and they're in the game. I just don't think they're ready. I don't think they're there, you know? Because do you think it's because he has made those accommodations for himself, he doesn't feel the weight of the disability? No, I think Hassan, I think a lot of creators, I think a lot of people, it's like Chelsea's ADHD, right? And then makes content calling autistic people losers because they're not socializing. And then she goes, you're being ableist. You're actually ableist because you won't socialize. And it's like, nobody's having a serious conversation. Hey, you're autistic. Is that the reason you don't like music, or is it something else? And then you're not actually answering the question, right? That's not really the answer. That's not really the point. The point is, do you have the right answer? So if I went to my therapist and said, hey, girly, I'm really struggling with this thing. What do you think it is? She wouldn't just say, oh, you're autistic. Bye. She'd say, you're right. Let's ask. Guys, autism isn't the answer for every reason why. It can't be. It's not always just autism. There could be another reason. Do you know the reason? Hey, you don't listen to music. Tell me about that. Yeah, man, I don't find it that interesting. Really? What do you define as music? Oh, you know, like anything that is talking and long, like, is this singing? Hassan, welcome to my stream. We're watching me go over your content. Are you autistic or are you not? Like, is Hassan like, I don't listen to music. That's music. Or is music something different? Is music instrumental? Is music the sound of a drum? If I'm like tapping on my desk, is that music? Do you not listen to that? What do you mean by music? Right? So when we have these conversations and people say these things, maybe this is my autism. I want to actually know the answer. I'm not just asking to be funny. We're not just quirky girls. I'm serious. Hey, why don't you listen to music? Oh, I'm just autistic. That's not an answer. Why don't you listen to music? I don't know, bro. I just don't like it. That's not an answer. Imagine this is your husband. Please lock in, girls. Do I have to make it a relationship? Imagine this is your husband. Are you not going to make sure you know before you marry this man why he doesn't listen to music? Because you're going to have to maybe raise babies with him. Maybe be in the house with him. What do you mean you don't listen to music? You know? There is a reason why. Why don't you listen to music? Tell me about that. What does it mean? Okay, now, the reason I'm mentioning these things again, I'm not trying to collab with these people or get their attention. I don't want them to respond to this. I want to make it clear to my audience what I think I'm doing here. I think I really did something. I think now, no credit to myself, I experienced life, and I think you can experience living. I do not think you always have to be in survival mode. I do think it's a lot of work, and nothing I am saying is easy, but it will make you feel more satisfied than watching empty commentary that isn't even actually listening to what they're responding to. Okay? Whether you're women as a group or men as a system, anytime your identity is with this thing, it is still a shallow response to the fact that you exist on a planet in space. Okay? We want to have a deeper relationship with our biological experience. A deeper relationship. So we want to know why. Now, Lisa made this video and I thought this is like, and I watch, listen, I watch people because I want their perspectives, but I also want to grow past this content. But listen to this, because I made similar commentary on my MAGA women's video where like people want to hold women as accountable as men under patriarchy. You can't. It's a different kind of accountability. We're not holding people as accountable. We're holding people in relationship to the systems. So if you had a trans person like Blair White, who's suffering from internalized like transphobia and all these other things, talk about like LGBT rights, you can't hold Blair to the same accountability as like a Trump. These are two different kinds of people with two different statuses and power and two different opinions and two different perspectives. Like they're not the same. Okay? You can't hold I don't know, insert conservative woman's name here, Megyn Kelly, whatever, to the same level as like a Blair White. You can't do this. They're different, okay? If you have, I don't know, a black person who is playing conservative and Republican and talking about how, you know, XYZ against black people, insert insult here, and you're like, well, we have to hold these black people as accountable about white supremacy as white supremacists. What are we talking about? You can't, that's not the same. That's not the same. A white person in a Ku Klux Klan, you know, whatever, it's not the same thing as like, sure, Candace Owens chat, sure. You can't hold them this different. It's not less or more, it's different. When we say we can't hold them to the same, we don't mean more or less. Okay, it's same. Same as doing the heavy lifting here in the language. So look at this video that Lisa made, because I thought it was like really great about knowing and meeting conservative women where they're at.
You guys want to know what's more embarrassing than having a boyfriend? Shaming other women online for not being as perfect of a feminist as you are. I think that's fucking embarrassing, and I don't care if you don't. I'm embarrassed for you for saying things to women when they just go to share their experiences, especially their negative experiences with men, and then you get in the comments and you say, don't show us if you're not going to leave him. Essentially saying you should have chosen better. If you don't like it, you can leave. And you may have gone through the work of decentering men, of like being a good feminist, and you want to pull up the ladder behind you, and you don't want to associate with women that are not there yet. A lot of y'all are like, I'm so sick of seeing these videos. You know you're not the only person that exists in the fucking world. There are women who are just now getting on TikTok, so they haven't seen all the other older videos, okay? We are not like at a 99% free from patriarchy progress bar. The progress bar is moving backwards in real time. We can actually watch it. Our government is dismantling the Department of Education. And y'all are acting like, oh, if these women would just stop posting about their shitty husbands, then the patriarchy will be dismantled. That is not the case. Like, I'm sorry, but regardless of how strongly you feel about it, and I've been doing this work for years, do you guys know how many hundreds of videos I've seen of women posting those like bad husband videos and complaining about it just to turn around and defend him? I've seen hundreds, and I still get tagged in so many of them every single day. And guess what? I've never thought even once, I just wish they wouldn't post this stuff. Do you know why? Because even if it's not helping the person that posted it, it's helping other women. Other women are going to see that and register it as a red flag. Other younger women might see that and be like, oh, that is embarrassing. And my question is, why would you want to silence those women? I know some of y'all are going to say, oh, well, it's just rage bait. They're just posting it for engagement. My answer to that is, guess what you're doing when you get in those comments and you comment anything to the effect of don't show us this if you're not going to leave him. You're engaging with it. Congratulations, you're the one who fell for the engagement farming. The women that are there in good faith, maybe giving advice or whatever, they're not there for engagement. They're there because they're there in good faith. And they're there because they realize that women other than the woman who posted it are going to see their advice and are going to see their opinions, and hopefully be swayed by those, even if the woman who posted the video initially is not. And that's the
Okay, I think this is exactly what I said the other day too about these women when we covered it as well. I said, look, this might be the first time she's making a video. This might be the first place she can go to. Like, this might be the only space that could ever be safe enough for them to post. They might not have friends or family to go to. And people were like, yeah, but like, da-da-da-da. I know my community generally is very understanding of people and where they're at, but it's nice to see Lisa say this, because even the first comment on this post says, I'm really surprised to hear you give this take. I'll have to let it simmer for a bit. And a lot of the comments were like, oh, wait, I never thought about that. But listen, I extend this to everybody of all genders. This amount of good faith, I extend to everybody, not just women. So, because I don't believe in a gendered world that way, I extend it to every person of every background. What I don't do is live for people's potential, and what I don't do is them at the expense of myself, right? Or them at the expense of my family. But I extend this to everybody. I see where they're at and I say, hey, I love to see progress. Now, here's who I won't do this for. Creators, content creators, adults who want responsibility and want to be an adult, and leaders. So parents, church figures, therapists, creators like myself. Like, the people I won't meet in the middle, the people I won't give space to, are the people who with one side of their mouth are like, I'm a responsible adult. Okay, well, here's the goal and here's where you're at. Okay, here's where you're at. What side am I talking to? Again, are we talking as people who are there for each other? Or are we talking about like, hey, be serious. You need to grow up. And that's the dilemma we're having. When we have these conversations, like, okay, someone said in chat, the thing about Hassan that's even worse is that Hassan autism thing is frustrating because he does have the privilege to afford healthcare. Exactly. The thing that's frustrating about Hassan is that he literally has the money. He could go get assessed. He could literally get the documentation, and then he could be an autism representative. But see, here's the thing about self-diagnosis that Hassan is doing that I think is weaponized and I think is very inconsiderate. I believe in self-diagnosis first. I don't think Hassan does. I think he's using it for clout with his audience. I do. I think he feels like he's getting brownie points from his audience, but not getting any of the discrimination or ableism from his enemies because it's not a real diagnosis to them. So his enemies won't actually use it against him because he didn't get the paperwork done. But if he did, they would. And his audience is giving him social grace and credit for being autistic when he doesn't even know. Nor do I think he cares enough to know. I'm not saying he's not, by the way. I'm not saying he's not. I'm saying I don't think this is helpful. I don't think he really is considering the privilege he's in and his position. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like if I was in Hassan's position, the amount of responsibility I would feel would be insane, which is why I'm not ready. But it would feel crazy. It would feel like so serious to me, like the most serious thing I ever did in my whole life. And I don't think he feels that way because he's not treating it that way. He's been there for too long, and he isn't. He's busy arguing with Asmongold and picking fights with YouTubers. So I don't think he's that serious, you know? And so I do think, like, again, he probably is neurodivergent. I think most streamers probably are. But I think he's not serious enough about the responsibility of being in that position. So though I love Lisa's TikTok here, I need you to understand I'm extending this grace to everybody regardless of gender, right? Now, remember that in my opinion, a lot of people are making content out of, in women's spaces especially, about surviving patriarchy. So you know Shira7, Sprinkle Sprinkle? Shira7 makes content about patriarchy, but she's teaching women to survive in patriarchy, not to liberate themselves out of it. I want to liberate you out of patriarchy. The future is us, the collective, the consciousness. The future is not men versus women. black versus white. Okay. Now, I don't mean that we'll get there. It means what I mean to say is I think that is and should be the future. Billions of years from now, thousands of trillions of years from now, that is where humans would ideally get to. We're not there yet. Okay. But also, so look at just a reminder of what Shira does with her work. Okay. Let's visit Shira 7. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Operate in a system where you're made, because I know a lot of y'all are always asking me how to
It says how to navigate the patriarchy.
operate in a system where you're made less by manipulation, lying, and so forth and so on. Okay, this is one of the reasons why women are the way that they are, because they've had to operate so long under what they call oppression until literally they have become the masterminds. So once you realize that, then it won't seem so bad. And most of the time, when people are treated the way that they should be treated and not expecting to give the most for the least, then guess what? Everybody wins. Okay. And that's the whole reason why I tell y'all, stop doing the most. Stop falling for the okie doke. Stop caring. If they're not going to do it, why are you doing it? So, you don't want to put yourself in a position to look like the fool, because that's how they're going to treat you. That's what they're going to expect for you to do the most. That's how people are going to label you. You don't want to be remembered as that pygmy over there.
Okay. So it's funny when I talk about Manifestel, same thing. Manifestel's content's fine, but it's stagnant. It's a stagnant form of content that I think, again, you ask me why I don't find it interesting. I find it like as interesting as anything else, but like it's not where I want to head in. And they call me Pygmisha. That audience comes in, always calls me Pygmisha. Okay. You guys are so focused on being women. You don't understand, but okay. And, hold on. Chat said something that I thought was interesting. Chat says a lot of his relationships are also hurt as well because of the amount of time he spends streaming, Hassan. So my assumption is that being put aside as anything regarding his health. Okay. Hassan, if he wasn't in a leadership position, I would be so much more compassionate about him. Oh my God, it's stressful. He's so focused. He's obviously neurodivergent. He's spending so much time on stream. He needs stimulants to keep going. He's so addicted to Zen. He's really struggling. It's so hard for him to socialize, let alone like go to therapy. Like I feel for him. But he's in a literal position of power. He's literally in the most position of representing. He just said, I don't listen to music because I like what makes him happy, the changes he makes in America. Girl, then start changing. Then be the change you want to see in the world. The man does not go to therapy. He doesn't listen to music. And what are we doing here? Like, do you want me to treat you like a leader in the position? Or do you want me to treat you like a boy on the internet who's just like going through life? You know what I mean? Salvage Bar. Welcome to memberships. Okay, back to Shira. And again, same thing with me. Am I just a girly with a microphone? Or am I the adult in the room? I feel like I'm somewhere in the middle of the both. Okay, so everybody relax. Okay, I'm not like, but I'm also not like, but I'm training. I'm under training. Okay, give them money. Share 7.
The reason why a lot of women don't know how to get men obsessed with giving them money is because they are brainwashed by patriarchal society to think that they are servants when they are goddesses. That's number 1. Number 2 is they don't know their value. So if you don't know your value and you don't realize that you've been brainwashed by patriarchy, it's going to be...
Okay, I got to pause it because the music. Do you get the vibe? Okay. How about this one? How to ask for money.
Don't look crazy when you're a grown...
Okay. Oh, let me rewind it.
How to tell them that you want money without looking crazy. You don't look crazy when you're a grown woman and you looking at a provider for money. You don't look crazy. Only Pygmishas look crazy when they start, doing the most for the least.
Okay, I get copyrighted music here. But same thing, like she teaches women to get rich men, to buy rich men, or to have rich men buy them and buy them things and provide for them. Like, do you know what I'm saying? This is not the future. This can't be the future. This can't be the future. The future has to be more than this. Okay, now here's the part where I want to pivot and I want to talk about this. Okay, hear me out. Just like Chelsea Fagan, where I see a bunch of stagnation in her content, I see it from Kat, but I talked about this with my Discord a while back because I was like, bro, Kat's content is kind of like really confusing to me. But also, like, I don't want to make content that feels like Brittany Simon's going after Kat Black. I really like Kat, but I think she's something's happening in her life where she keeps forgetting to stop being a reactionary. So she's gone on this whole journey about, I don't know why she makes so much content about it. It's like, girl, get a journal. I know she keeps saying, oh, I'm making these diary posts. We really got to move away from that. The internet is not your diary. I'm sorry. Like, especially if you're a representation or a icon or a leader, like, take it to your therapist's office. She's been on this journey about like how I'm not queer. She's like, I'm not queer. Stop calling me queer. And I have this whole video I did in my podcast about when you're gay but not queer. Only in Kat's position, it's that she's trans. And she's saying being trans doesn't automatically make her queer. And I think there's a very serious conversation to have with this conversation. But the way she's choosing to have it, I find it to be deeply problematic. And honestly, like, girl, I don't know what you're going through, but it's mean. It is also deeply regressive, in my opinion. Okay, let's go over it.
This a few different times because this has.
Okay, I don't require queer spaces to feel safe. I'm just a minute into the video.
Factored into the internet for so long and how central I've been in their lives and the reality of my life and the way that I live. If you
actually, in case you don't know Kat, I always skip the beginning because I was like, everybody knows who Kat is, but you actually might not know who Kat is. Let me actually have her introduce herself.
So I'm in a real like experimental era with my content creation right now. And I've been enjoying giving you guys
By the way, this was in November of 2025, but even to this day, she is still making content about this topic. So that's why, even though it seems old, it's actually still current.
These little public diary updates that are very much in the style of my old YouTube channel. So I thought that
Oh, Chad says I don't follow Kat on TikTok. Oh, Kat posts crazy on TikTok. Crazy. Like 8-minute, 10-minute videos and like a lot of them. A lot of them. Like she really is using it like a journal. And I'm like, what are you doing here? Like, what's the goal of posting this to the internet to strangers? Because she does a lot of like, oh, this isn't my real life. In my real life, this. Okay, girl, well, we don't need to hear this. This is not helping us. This is not for our benefit, right? Okay, listen.
I would give you guys one today. And I want to talk to you guys about one of the big conundrums I have doing what I do. So as you guys know, I've been a YouTube content creator for now most of my life. Isn't it weird that I can say that? I started a YouTube channel when I was 15 years old. I've been on the YouTube channel that I'm on right now since 2010, and I've been making content creation for most of my life. And it's a job I really appreciate. I love my job. I mean, and the older I get and the more this shit changes, the more I feel like it was actually a good idea for me to go down the path that I did, which was one that led me to consistently pursuing this sort of lifestyle that I live, where I'm creating things online, living exclusively, predominantly on those things, and basically just creating what I want to do for a living and being at the will of my audience. Thank you guys so much for that. But I deal with a really big divide between how people understand me because of who I am and how I have factored into the internet for so long and how central I've been in their lives and the reality of my life and the way that I live. If you follow me, you guys have probably heard me talk about this a few different times because this has to do with queer identity. Yes, this has to do with queer identity. I'm a transgender woman. I transitioned again half my lifetime ago. And if you were to ask me right now if being transgender was a big deal in my life, outside of the context of work, I would say it genuinely doesn't come up. And the context where it does, it usually is related to my work online or offline, because I do some community organizing shit in LA. Not as much as I should, but I do it enough to where there are people who know of me but don't quite know of me from YouTube, but know of me from like the shit that I do in LA. And I kind of keep these worlds very separate. And the shit that I do in LA is pretty fucking queer. I organize a queer meetup for LA people in the sex positive community of Los Angeles. And I have that deliberate space mostly because it was something that I hungered for in my youth, but never really quite found. When I was younger, I used to want to run away to LA. I grew up in LA County, and
Kat and I grew up in the same place. We grew up in Orange County, which is not LA County. It's actually Orange County. Maybe she grew up like outside of Orange County. I grew up in straight up Orange County, okay? LA was not my scene. I've been to plenty of places in LA. I just didn't vibe with it. I mostly did San Diego and Pacific Northwest. So we deviated in our experience. This is just like a little background on Kat. But what's important here is that she doesn't feel like her transness comes into play in her real life, right? So she feels like that's not the main character in her life. She surrounds herself with queer people, but constantly feels disconnected from queer spaces, okay? She is going on this queer journey, okay? Now, chat says, I feel like Kat is operating more like a person as like a person on TikTok. Is that wrong? Is that something people shouldn't do? First of all, 99% of the TikTokers I watch do not make content like Kat does. Kat is the only person I see on my feed who uses TikTok like a diary. Maybe I'm just like in a different space on TikTok, but why make content? So first, why do we make content? Why do we watch people online? Okay, I learned in my career not to use the internet like a diary. I cannot believe Kat didn't learn that. And all of these years online, why is she still using this space like a journal? Right? She references at her work. In which job is your job your journal? Right? So what I'm thinking is like, why are we doing that? Like, why didn't we learn after we went to therapy and we healed not to use the internet like a journal? Okay? So when we have these conversations, the question is, as a content creator, what is the point of your content? Oh, I just want to share my thoughts. What does that mean? Okay, without, like, I just genuinely don't know. Because again, as I get older and further from my toxic years, it's so obvious to me that we need to grow up. We need to have like a space where this is not our journal, where we do have a life. So example, if Kat keeps bringing up her transness in this space and makes it a whole character, and then goes, I don't know why you guys are talking about the fact that I'm trans so much. This doesn't come up in my real life. Well, because you keep talking about it. Like, you keep talking about being trans. That's how you made your platform. That's why you're an icon in the community, because you were a sex educator and you were trans. But I'm going to show you in these TikToks how basically Kat's stance is the queer community is saying I'm not a real woman because you guys don't understand I'm not queer. Her argument is, and I see the argument, I see it, right? That you don't really believe I'm a woman because you won't let me just be a straight woman. Okay, ally, leave. If you want to be a cis, like, straight woman, I see you, ally. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't mean to be sarcastic, but that's what it feels like. I'll show you the TikToks. It feels like she's saying, I'm not like you. I'm different. I'm normal. She even says in the TikTok, I go to straight bars, and they're not straight bars, they're just bars. Yeah, Kat, most of us understand they're just bars. So I don't know who she's hanging out with or who she's around, but you see how she's coming to the internet to throw a vulnerable community under the bus while this administration is trying to take away our rights, and she's one of them? Hello? Read the room. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm doing my due diligence to read the fucking room, and I feel like nobody else is doing it. And I'm like, hello, aren't you supposed to be like some of the loudest voices in this space? With peace and love. Salvage Bear, thank you so much for the super chat. Bar. Thank you. I appreciate it. My criticism is coming from a place of not understanding what role are these people playing? What role are any of us playing? Are any of us actually grown enough and wise enough to even have an opinion worth sharing? Right? Here we go.
I spent so much of my youth dreaming about running away to LA. And eventually I did start getting on trains and buses and going down there and getting into trouble. A lot of trauma in my teenage years came from that. But basically my story is I grew up in a very conservative community. I grew up very evangelical.
Okay, right? Christian, skipping.
Put it this way. I think nowadays I have predominantly queer social circles. And that's largely because of me intentionally trying to do the opposite of what I used to do when I was living in Orange County, right? When I moved to LA, I was like, I want to be around weirdos. I want to be around creative people. And naturally, that means I'm going to be around a lot of queer folks, right? But I don't feel, at least this is my perception, I don't feel what they feel. I don't really have the same relationship to queer that they do. Queer was a term that I cling to when I was a teenager, right? Like if you track down my original YouTube channel, you will see me describing myself as queer. And it was something that was a big identity for me for a bit, but it was a big identity for me, frankly, and I hate to say this because I know that it makes it sound like I'm saying that this is a phase, during my angsty teenage phase, right? Angsty teenage me was a gender fuck, right? Like angsty teenage me was very, like, let's really talk about all of the, constructions of gender and let's deconstruct them, right? But like basically after I went to college, and I would say like halfway through college, that really shifted.
Okay. So when we have these conversations, right? Okay. It says, chat says, Kat doesn't want to be Blake Blair. She doesn't want to be an online political trans that people look up to anymore. She mentioned she wants to pivot. Then why isn't she pivoting? She is making content that I am watching because I think she's trying to say something. And all of the focus on this being queer and her being trans tells me she doesn't want to get away from it. She keeps talking about it. If you make a pivot with your content, make it like Joji and Pivot, girl. Filthy Frank, who? Who is that? Kat keeps talking about being trans. And then she keeps saying, but I'm not like you freaks. I'm passable. She said she's not clockable. She goes, I have a different experience. And I know she's trying to express something deep and important for her experience, right? But I'm saying, Kat, you're throwing people under the bus to do it. It's hurting people's feelings and it's unnecessary. We don't need to know this. Like, we don't need to know this. This is you. If you're so mad the internet doesn't get you, stop talking to the internet about it. Because they don't know you. If it's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, why are you making it a part of the content? It doesn't make sense. And now she's like, I was queer when I was like more fucked up. Okay, guys, let me build you a chart. So let's say life was linear. You start off conservative, okay? Okay, you go liberal. Okay, you go political, queer, or social, queer, and then you go real you. Okay, real you is off this fucking spectrum of bullshit where you're always just in existence to reacting to your oppressors. Yeah, Kat is more than anything. She's more than her body or her skin color or her gender. But she is saying, I'm not queer, which is the opposite of what a look is saying. A look is saying, we are together. There is no opposite. Cis is not the opposite of trans. Trans is not the opposite of, cis. Like, we're not opposites. And Kat is working really hard to say, I'm a woman. I'm a real woman. Yeah, girl, we know. And she's saying, no, you don't know, because if I was a cis straight woman, you guys wouldn't let me in this space. And I'm like, yeah, because the world would treat you, the world, being queer is a reaction to the world. We wouldn't have to be queer if the world wasn't phobic. We would just be people. And Kat wants to be people while engaging in politics. And I'm saying, if you just want to be Kat, the woman, that's great. Then why are you in queer spaces? Why are you in safe spaces? Why are you talking about how queer spaces have been unsafe for you? We're going to watch it, okay? Right? Like, the question is, and I hear you, your experience is as valid as anyone else's. What does it have to do with us? Why do you keep making it our problem? And I know you guys are probably like, what are you talking about? Because I've watched 20 videos on this and you haven't yet. But let me get into it, okay? Okay?
By the end of my first year of college, I really started to recognize that I was a binary trans person. Then I became...
A binary trans person is valid. Like Discord said, I'm hearing her make a distinction between trans and queer trans. And her position, I can see how communicating that can be I can see how communicating that not being helpful to the queer and trans community. I think the future is queer. It has to be as an opposition to patriarchy and binary constructs. Not that that erases her experience, but for her to say, I'm not queer, as if that is the same thing as being politically or philosophically queer. Like, girl, we get it. You're not fluid. You can be binary and queer. You can be queer philosophically. Hell, straight people can say I'm queer philosophically, but I'm not queer literally. You can just say I'm queer politically, philosophically, but I don't know if she is. I don't know if Kat secretly still harbors some desire for some heterosexual dynamics between men and women, right? I don't know if because she dates mostly men or masculine men specifically, mostly are all masculine men, specifically dates men. If she's straight, if she is trying to be I'm normal and you're not normal. She even said, I joined queer spaces to be around the freaks. We're not freaks. We are normal. She says in other content, and again, that's why I want to get through this to show it to you guys. She says in other content, like, you guys, you can't enter a straight bar without people clocking you, but people don't clock me. And I'm like, do we not see the problem, like the problem with this language? Is this language not problematic? Like, what are we talking about here? And so again, like, then go hang out with the straights at straight bars, I guess. Like, go hang out with them, I guess. But like, what are you trying to say? Okay, chat. I know I see you. Stop trying to get my attention, Habibis. Stop spamming my chat for me to get to your comment. Do you not see that I'm in a role? Do you not see that I'm monologuing and I'm having a moment? If you want me to deviate my whole stream to answer your comment, even if you're a member, think about what you're doing. I'm at work right now and you're screaming at me while I'm doing a speech. Right? Thank you for apologizing because you definitely should have. That's really rude. See? What's happening? I can see my chat. Thank you for trying to get my attention. I can't get to your comment right now. I'm trying to go on a journey here. Okay? In the future, though, if you want to re-put the chat in, you can, but it obviously wasn't important enough for me to stop yet because I'm on a roll. Thank you. Okay.
Really invested in being stealth. And when I was trying to be a housewife, ultimately, that's what I was doing. And most of you met me during the time when I was coming out of that.
One thing I want you to pay attention to from Kat's language is I never hear her apologize or take accountability for the time she was in conservative circles dating conservative men. I don't hear her ever talk about the things she did wrong. And I just realized this week, like, does Kat ever say she's wrong about anything? Am I making that up? But I'm like, I just realized that, like, wait a second. She only just talks about the experience, but she doesn't talk about the ways she has gotten better, the mistakes she made, including sexting Vosh, which we'll get to in a second. I never hear her talking about how embarrassed or, oh, I can't believe I did that, or, oh my God, I can't believe I fell for that. It's just a matter of like this silly person. It's always like other people are so silly and she's so great. But I'm like, where is your accountability? Or your self-reflection, right? Okay, next video.
You know, I just realized.
I said,
where some
remembering the white men who spread race play rumor. This is about Vosh.
people may be getting this.
And by the way, I'm not criticizing her for engaging with Vosh. I'm criticizing her for never talking about what led her to even engaging with him in the first place, because gross. But also, like, where is the sense of like, oh my God, what was I even thinking? Because what were you thinking, girl? You were already in a poly relationship. You already have partners. Like, why Vosh? Like, I get it. Like, I felt bad enough engaging in the debate pro bubble as friends. Guys, I wasn't even romantically or sexually involved with any of these people. It was purely a collaboration, and I felt so guilty about promoting and talking about these people. The girl was in the DMs. Where is the remorse? And I'm not saying, you know, again, there's nuance to this. I'm just asking the questions.
There was a time where I had a conflict with a white man. You know, a white man that has a following. And I had a political disagreement with this white man, right? And he decided to take my publicly expressed political disagreement and
by the way, when this happened, I was collabing with Destiny at the time, and I remember telling Destiny, Kat Black is smart. You shouldn't discount her. And he was like, well, she sounds stupid if she's going after Vosh like this, and I hate Vosh. And I said, no, Kat's smart. Like, and I remember getting to fights with debate bros over Kat. But again, why was Kat messaging Vosh? Like, you know what I mean? And like, she had a reason to be upset with Vosh because Vosh had the JK Rowling thing, and Kat was right to call out Vosh, right? But the question for Kat is like, and listen, Kat never gets involved. That's Kat's thing. She says in her content, I'm never going to really get involved. I don't expect Kat and I to do a collab over this. That's not what the point of my content is. The point of my content is to say, if we're going to put Kat up there as a voice of reason, then I expect her to walk the walk or be reasonable. And I'm seeing stagnation with her viewpoint.
Use that as basically a way to get his audience to harass me by saying that I was obsessed with him. And it kind of pissed me the fuck off, to be honest, because I'm not obsessed about nobody on the internet. Everyone who knows me knows that I'm not a person who really has obsessions like that, right? I don't really care that deeply about most of this shit, you guys, you know, and I especially don't care that deeply about most of this shit after being on here for as long as I've been on here.
No, chat said, didn't Kat also post revenge porn of Vosh? No, she made fun of his penis and mentioned that it was small or something. And she mentions that in this video. She did not post anything from my memory. She said something about his penis, which is a rude. And she even said she was being rude. She called herself a bitch for it, but like, okay.
Right? So, you know, when he said that shit, and this is kind of the problem that I have. I don't like to get into conflict.
Actually, chat says, no shade, but Kat does care enough to reply to the silly comments and go back and forth with people. I was going to say, Kat does avoid most collaborations, though does some. But Kat obviously cares because she's fighting with Madeline Pendleton all the time. Like, she's happy to get into fights with people. So I don't know why she says that, because like, I feel like I can say that to a point, but like she makes like 20 videos of like one conflict, 30 videos, 40 videos sometimes. Like, I don't know why she identifies this way. That's what I'm saying. I don't think she sees herself very clearly, where I'm like, why do you identify as somebody who's not getting involved when you're always involved?
With people here, right? So, you know, when he said that shit, and this is kind of the problem that I have. I don't like to get into conflict with people because I am not a person who, I don't like to show the side of myself that is in conflict. You know, like I'm a scrappy fucking person. I've had to survive in my life, right? So I don't like to go back and forth. So I'll just go nuclear. You know, this was a guy that at one point we had sexted each other. And I knew from our like exchanges that he was insecure about his body, you know, and this is like the bad side of my personality coming out, right? So I said something that was really shitty about him.
Okay, so this is like accountability in a sense, right?
And, you know, that was that, right? And he went on stream to make a rant about how, you know, like, what's funny is white dudes like this guy, right? Like they get this impression of me like I'm some woke scold, right?
So the comment she's replying to says, with all the videos you have criticizing white supremacy and dissecting it, someone actually believed you let white men call you slurs? ? People come and say this on the internet and say anything, or come on the internet and say anything. I think people were accusing her of doing race play with Vosh. Like, you know, dominatrixy, black woman subjugates white man thing.
Like that I'm like some like black girl, which is so funny because the reality is I've dated mostly conservative men throughout my life.
Yeah, Chet says, I feel like not saying exactly what she did is also slightly stepping around the accountability. I do feel that as well. But again, without coming for Kat, because I'm not trying to make this a F Kat. Every time I make a criticism video, I'm making it because you guys, the world keeps saying, these are our leaders. And I'm like, are they? These are the best voices we have. Are they? You know what I mean? Like, are they? I'm like, okay, damn. You know? And then she goes and makes a 45-minute video, whatever, on Dr. K when she doesn't even understand him. And I don't know why she made that video. I don't know if she was like not listening or whatever else. But I'm like, girl, you know what I mean? Like, you didn't even listen to what he said. You know, so then I'm like, is this the best we have? But then who is the best? And what is the best? In a world where like the bar is so low, I mean, this is pretty good. You know, Kat's fun to watch. I watch Kat so much that my partner even knows when I'm watching Kat. you know, because my partner pays attention to like the voices I listen to on the phone. Like, oh, are you watching this YouTuber? Are you watching this content creator? He's like, oh, is that Kat? I'm like, yeah. Like, I watch Kat so often that, like, you know what I mean? I am paying attention. I'm really trying to hear the whole story. I'm trying to understand, like, what is she saying? Like, where is she coming from? Like, why would she say this? You know?
And I'm used to not having those conversations. Like, most of the conversations you guys see me have online are conversations I'm not necessarily used to actually having offline. That's
And then she does a lot of this, right? A lot of like, on the internet, this, but in real life, this. Okay, girl, well then separate them yourself. Yeah, I hear you. But also, what is this? What's the point of this?
The way that I've lived my life is like, I mostly put this bullshit online. I don't like actually end up having.
Kat says, it doesn't feel like you're saying F Cat. I think it's important to consider how people are showing up to this place. Okay, that's good. I don't want it to be that. I don't want it to be, I hate Kat Black. I want it to be, hey, what are you doing? And look, I'm not friends with Kat like that. I can't reach out to her and be like, hey, girl, maybe you should take this off the internet. You know, I'm not friends with her like that. So I can't just slide into her DMs and be like, you know, I'm not so, you know, but if she was a closer friend or like a friend or a friend at all, I could maybe slide into my friend's DM and be, hey, girl, I saw your last 10 videos and I noticed I feel like you're going through something. You good? Like, I could do that. But I don't know her like that. And so I'm not. And I don't have a lot of connections like that on purpose because I don't want to be in people's business anyways. So then I want to treat them like content. And then in that case, we're not friends. I don't know you like that. So now you're just a rando on the internet I'm criticizing. But then it doesn't feel like that, does it? It feels like we're kind of part of a community and like there's overlap and we've shouted each other out. And so it feels bad. But look, I didn't pull my punches. This is why Destiny was so mad at me. Because I put on the internet that I thought he was toxic and you shouldn't get relationship advice from him because he doesn't know how to have a healthy relationship. And he said, I can't believe you would say that about me. And I said, why not? It's true. He goes, are we friends? I'm like, not like that. And even if we were friends, would I be more critical? What are you talking about? So same with Kat. It feels like somehow I'm supposed to like tippy toe around her content. But to be honest, I don't think it's good content. It's not even getting that much engagement. That's the part of it that's funny to me. These TikToks, they're not even getting good engagement. This has 420 likes, 17 comments. It's not even good engagement. But why is it your whole brand? Why is it this is the work you're doing. You're like, my work, my work, my work. It's still work. And now if she says, oh, TikTok's not my work, then why are you posting? Again, I never understand why people just post content. Stop posting content, guys. Why in the world would you want your face and your legacy and your name on the internet if it wasn't your job? You know?
These conversations offline as much, right? And I know that that's actually quite confusing for people, but you know, for me personally, I kind of put a lot of my stuff like that, right? So like,
exactly, from Discord said even leaders during the civil rights movement had misogyny issues, probably other issues. Exactly, that's the problem. We have to stop pedestaling people. But if we're going to start critiquing people, like I literally months ago told myself, I'm not going to criticize Kat because it's unnecessary. But now that she's gone for Dr. K, I'm like, now I'm going to have to go for Kat. But just like peace and love. Because again, like I don't want to pull my punches with anybody, but sometimes I go, there's already people piling on trans people, on brown people, on all these. I don't want to add to the fire, but she's adding to the fire with her content. Her content is pushing queer people under the bus. So that's why I'm upset with this content. I'm like, hey, you are pushing, like you are doing this to the community. And I don't know why this needs to be on the internet.
I actually don't have a history at all of woke scolding people. In fact, a lot of times people, when they interact with me, sometimes get the impression that I'm a bit more conservative than I actually am. You know, it really depends on the angle at which people engage with me. When people don't know who I am, they sometimes get the impression that I'm pretty conservative. When they do know who I am, they obviously know that I'm not, right?
I don't know.
But anyway.
Any of us could be conservative if we don't keep learning.
So this guy, like, because his perception of me was what I do on the internet, right? He thought that I was like this woke scold black girl who likes to yell at white men. And, you know, so
Vosh is gross. Vosh is a fetishizing loser. He fetishized Kat. That's why he was into her. The question is, why were you into him? What happened there? What was that about? And I'm not judging you. I'm asking, does she know why she was even into him in the first place? That's my question. Okay? That's it. I want some self-awareness about why Vosh. Okay? I get it. Vosh is the worst. He's gross. He's disgusting. I just want to know, like, hey, girl, what were you thinking? Because that would be a great learning moment. Can you tell us? You know?
He went on this rant about how he's had a lot of experience.
And without victim blaming Kat, because, like, I think Vosh is an asshole. But I was like, I want to know, like, you know, in the same way that we all want to know, hey, what made me attracted to that guy in the first place? Like, what made me excuse his behavior?
Is where Black women like that are into race play. And so he went on this whole rant about that. And I think that that is how some people got that impression. And, you know, that's really fucking annoying, right? And this is kind of part of the shit that I try to talk about. I am actually someone who, more than any person on the internet, has spoken very bluntly about their boundaries with stuff like that.
Okay, now I want to move on to the queer conversation to expand on it more. Chad says, Chad says, but Brittany, I'm curious though, don't you kind of feel like Kat's criticism of Dr. K, which by the way, it's Dr. K with just a singular K. It's not Dr. K like Mary Kay, is slightly a harsher version of your own criticism of his previous lives? No, because I actually understand him and then I criticize him. She didn't even understand him and was criticizing him. It doesn't, I want to see, okay, you know how we're talking about literacy and reading comprehension because Kai's on his whole journey about reading comprehension? Literacy is also understanding what you're seeing. Does Kat really understand Dr. K and then criticizes him? Or is she literally not getting what category he's in, right? And then I don't like watching people criticize things they don't understand. It's actually my biggest pet peeve, of myself included. Like, I would like you to know what it is first and to prove you understand what it is. Because I can prove it. Sometimes fandoms will come into my content and be like, you said you don't watch this person. I mean, I don't mean I've never seen a podcast. I mean, I don't watch them as a fan. Kat literally said, I've never seen an episode of The Diary of the CEO. I've seen dozens, maybe 50 episodes of the Diary of the CEO podcast. Okay, I've seen so many, I lost count. Not because I'm a fan. That's Brittany's brain. That's my autism. My special interest is watching 50 episodes of podcasts I hate. I will watch 50 videos of a content creator that I hate just so I know what's up. Kat will, with her big chest, literally come out here and say, I've not watched a single episode. Let me criticize this. I'm like, that's okay. But also, what good is the commentary? And then she misunderstands Dr. K literally as she talks. Okay.
This is actually the core. All right, this is actually the core of what I'm trying to say. So I really want to talk about this a bit more in this video. So part of my frustration here is that when you envision queerness as a label that applies inherently because of how a trans person is born, period, you're also sort of making the argument that trans women cannot actually truly be their gender. Not really, right? You're saying that when I say that I'm a straight woman, that's kind of like a delusion that you're entertaining, right? You're sort of like accepting that I'm not actually a straight woman, but that you're going to maybe, I guess, acknowledge that I feel that way. And because of how I was born, even if I'm straight, I will always be queer. And part of why I talk about this is because, you know, being someone who was stealth and someone who has been very used to people not knowing that they're trans, sometimes entering into queer spaces is odd for me for a series of reasons, right? And some people, I think because they have a victim's complex, got the perception that what I was saying is I felt unsafe in queer spaces. That's not what I was saying. There's a lot of things that happen in queer spaces that exist to make the people within them feel safe that I've never considered. And I think because I've never considered them and because I don't need them in the vast majority of contexts, they always sort of register to me as kind of odd. And I, as a person who has spoken about this shit for a really long time and has, you know, done a lot of, queer academic shit, I get why these things happen. So I always feel weird being like uncomfortable with certain aspects of them. But if we're defining me as queer, really based on a standard that is defined by society, like society, frankly, that is not queer, right? Because the only reason people define themselves as queer is because they don't fit into cishet society, right? And if that's our understanding of queer, right, it's odd for me to use that for myself because I don't really have the experience of not fitting into society. In fact,
Okay, I just want to say, cis women and trans women are both women. Kat transitioned very young. She has a lot of the same experiences as young girls. Like, she was a young girl. I believe, like, you're born your gender. Like, even when conservatives ask, like, can a man be a woman? Like, I don't know what you're asking me, but I'm not even sure I believe, like, trans people exist, because I think we all just might be experiences, right? So, like, I take a very, like, I don't even believe in this idea of, like, man to woman. So I'm from a very radical, all gender is valid no matter its positioning. So Kat is fighting the binary with the queer, but the queer sees her as valid. It just represents her as queer because, yes, we live in the communities that we do, but the world would call her queer, right? So, like, the queer community calling her queer is just saying, like, you're part of the LGBTQIA. Do you not want to be a part of that? It's just giving turf a little bit, but, like, in a weird way. It's giving lesbian. You know what lesbians are all just like, these bi women of their boyfriends. And I'm just like, what are we talking? Why is this a conversation in our communities? And it should be in our communities, but not at the expense of our communities. It just feels like this non-binary conversation again. Like, are non-binary people? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like, Kat, like, you're part of the LGBTQ, and ideally you would be queer. Because queer is also philosophy, unless you want to be Blair White, who's like, I'm not like those other queers. I'm just trans. I'm just normal. We're all normal. Queer people are normal. Guys, you are normal. Don't you feel normal? I feel fucking normal. I feel like I've gone through my weird phases, but I feel really normal, but I'm queer. Queer people are normal. You are normal. You know?
One of the only times I really do feel out of place is in these spaces.
Oh, great. So now the only time Kat feels out of place is in queer spaces. Then leave them. What is she doing? What is this content? Why is she making content to say queer spaces are uncomfortable for me as a trans woman? What? What is it? Like, I get it, but, like, maybe not on the internet. Maybe talk to your local community. Talk to your therapist. Talk to somebody else. And, like, one side of her mouth, she's like, I feel great at regular bars. They're not straight bars to me. They're normal because people don't know I'm trans. So I get to live as a woman. You are a woman. And then the other side of her mouth, she's like, I want to be in queer spaces, but I feel uncomfortable here because I'm not queer. Wait.
Now, I've said in many videos that, like, a big reason why I moved to LA was to be in some more of these spaces, right? But the point I'm kind of trying to make is that, you know, when I was younger, I had a hunger for queer community. Then I basically...
Hold on. Chat, Discord is saying it feels like Kat's saying she's not part of the queer community, but actively participating in the queer community in her job. Well, then leave. Like, give it to a queer person because we don't work. You know what I mean? Okay, leave. Like, if it wants to be seen as not queer, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't... Sorry, was that mean? I don't know. It's like, okay. Well, you know, like, I don't know what she wants. It's like she wants both. She wants to be, quote, normal and wants the heterosexuals and the cis people to see her as, like, they see themselves. And she wants the queer people to invite her in. It's like, girl, you know, I don't know. Like, I don't like it. Chat says, I wonder if Kat doesn't see the internet as real, which is interesting. I'm not sure who else's job that applies to. I mean, like, again, I get it. Yeah, chat says she views queer as an oppressive term. Exactly. She sees queer as an alienation from the norm. But I think queer people are normal. We can be different. We can be fluid. We can be unlike, but we are not opposites. That's what I'm saying. Alok is right. We are not opposites. We are one. Okay? We are not opposites. We are not in opposition to one another. Okay, queer people and cis people, we shouldn't be in opposition. And so when we have these conversations, I think you have to reclaim your sense of consciousness and humanhood outside of these, like, constructs, but you have to do it with an understanding of what your goal is. You know? Hold on. let me finish this and then I'll show you.
Quickly started passing. I started passing very quickly. And then people's assumptions of me were aligned with who I was. And so I wasn't finding myself in any conversations needing to reiterate or define myself. People were taking me for how I was. That was accurate. And that had an impact on my life. Right? And I understand why some people don't get this, especially if this isn't your experience, right? But it's odd to exist as a trans woman in the way that I do and to have queer people basically insist that I have experiences that I do not have.
Okay, fair.
Right? Like the reason I keep bringing up bars and clubs and stuff is because.
But see, here's my question. Didn't Kat do survival sex work streaming for a while? Didn't she have to do camming for a while? Didn't she literally get kicked out of her evangelical home because she was trans? Didn't she literally not talk to her parents when they died? Right? Like, which was devastating. I'm so sorry for her that happened, right? She has every normal experience of a typical disadvantaged trans person, and specifically a trans Black woman. So now when she's like, I didn't have those experiences, I never suffered, my life was great. It's like, do I forget Kat's origin story? Am I confused? Doesn't Kat literally have a terrible origin story, like like in the way that you would think of a trans experience? And then now she's like, people never treated me. I was always, was she? Confused, a little confused. It's like, maybe she forgot. Sometimes, as an example, I do forget what it's like to be depressed because it's been so long. I'm 6 years clean of self-harming, depression, suicidal thoughts. So it's so hard for me to remember, but I did live it. I was there. That's why when people say, oh, Brittany, what kind of a person are you? I don't know. It's different now. Right? And so I'm asking her, like, hey, have you forgotten what it was like to be in the beginning? Did you forget what it was like at the beginning? Because you know what I'm saying? Like, you know?
Because that's like one of the biggest contexts that this kind of comes up. I have a lot of conversations with people who are like, oh my God, how do you go there? Right? Like, this is a thing I always end up having conversations about with my queer friends about, because I'll just describe what I did or where I went or, you know, something that I enjoy doing. And they'll be like, wait, why would you do that? Like, weren't you uncomfortable around all those straight people? And it's weird to hear that because I'm straight. So
they're not asking you if you're uncomfortable being around straight people. They're asking you if you're uncomfortable being around straight culture, which is different. I know straight people who don't want to be around straight people. This is the man question. This is like a public offender saying, like, he doesn't even like men. Kat is saying, I prefer and like straight people. And we're like, ew. Ew. We're not questioning your passability. We're saying, ew. Yeah, we don't want to hang out with you. Like, why would you want to hang out with a straight cultured person? You know what I mean? Like, okay. That's what the conversation is. Like, I can go to a straight bar too. It's called a bar. I can go to a restaurant too. But the vibe is fine. And I do pass, but also, like, I feel the best in seeing. I love queer spaces. Not all queer spaces, because queer people aren't a monolithic experience. I never vibed with LA, but I like most queer spaces. But, like, also not every queer space. You know, it's like, I can get along in any space. But, like, I think there's something here that needs to be deconstructed.
In terms of comfort, because of the way I've lived my life, see, it's funny because, you know, I don't look at straight clubs in quotations as straight clubs. I don't look at straight bars in quotations as straight bars. I look at them as bars.
Yeah, you're not queer. You're not philosophically queer. That's not good. The world should be philosophically queer as a response to patriarchy, as a response to oppression. We need to move in a queer direction. It's like, you can be a straight woman and still be philosophically queer, Kat. You can acknowledge straight bars versus gay bars and still be straight. It's like, girl, it can be both. Because that's what my straight friends do. When my straight friends come to the gay bar, the opposite of a gay bar is a straight bar. Because when they're in gay bubbles, the language is that. Otherwise, yeah, it's just a bar to everybody else too. It's also just a bar to me as a queer person when I'm in queer spaces. It's just a bar to most people when they're in those spaces. It's just in the context of a queer space, the language switches and we would say, oh, a straight bar. She's like in queer spaces in their language bubble and then confused why they're talking queer. Like, this is queer language.
Do you know what I mean? And so what I'm trying to point out is that like there's just a different way that people who are queer, who have this thirst for queer community that is kind of from a place of needing safety, right? Have that I don't have. Now
She's saying, I don't need to feel safe because I feel safe everywhere. And we're saying, cool, bro, that's called privilege. And we love that for you. What does that have to do with us? Why are you throwing us under the bus? Why are you throwing queer people under the bus? Why are you throwing people under the bus? Like, reminder, when they, come to kidnap all of us, they're taking all of us. Even Blair White. Is this not like a conservative talking point? And if this isn't, this is not the space to have it in. Like the online internet, like, I don't know if you want to have this conversation here.
Not get it fucked up. Something that I'm trying to draw attention to here is my own cognitive dissonance, right?
Okay, great. Self-awareness, cognitive dissonance.
Because am I safer in communities with just cis het people? No, not really, right? Not really. I'm not really safer because I'm in communities with cis, het people. It's just that I haven't really had a reason yet in my life to feel super, super unsafe in them the way that a lot of queer people do. And it sucks having these conversations because I think people will never be able to hear them without thinking I'm saying something other than what I am. So when I talk about transitioning young and passing, there are a lot of people who read that as flexing because they want to pass, because they wish that they transitioned young. And then because of that reaction, there are some people who will say, well, you're delusional, you don't pass, right? I've had a lot of conversations like that, right? And here's the thing, I'm 35, you guys. I've been talking about my life online for a really long time.
Maybe we should stop doing that. Okay, right? Like, I hear you, but maybe you should stop. Maybe it's time to stop, I get it. I really understand. There are people who are being mean, but I wish she would include, what she's not doing that I wish she would do? Hey guys, this is my personal experience and I want to bring you along with me. But instead she is othering. All of her language is othering. She keeps saying she's not doing it, but I would say she is. In my opinion, it's very much I'm this and you're that. We are not the same versus saying, we are the same, but we're having different experiences. She's like, we are not the same. And that's where I'm confused. Do you not want solidarity with other trans people? Is that what you're saying? You want solidarity with just like, that's what it sounds like. All queer people are saying is like, are you in solidarity with us? Are you with us? And she's like, no, I'm not one of you. And it's like, okay, now I'm confused. Are you not one of us?
And it has always been really odd to me, the difference between how my queer online audience reacts to me versus how people outside who just meet me interact with me, right? And you guys have to understand that like I've kind of navigated around these weird differences for my entire life because, before I fully embraced myself as a binary trans woman, I was like fracturing myself a lot. And so,
yeah, she just doesn't, for some reason, she thinks like queer people can't be binary, which is like deeply confusing to me. And she mentioned that in a lot of videos, like queer means different things to different bubbles. Well, then start learning it. Start learning the differences. Because right now, in everything she's signaling, I'm like, oh, Kat and I cannot be friends. She is too conservative. In my opinion, she's too conservative for me. Not conservative Republican, conservative. Like, she's stagnating, and I'm like, oh, uh-oh. What is this?
In spaces. Like my gender queerness when I was younger, a lot of it was I had to be one way around my parents. I wanted to be a different way around the rest of the world, right? I wanted to be more feminine, right? And so what ended up happening is, I recognize.
Discord says, can someone please define or give perimeters for philosophically queer and philosophical joy? Philosophical joy is internal and personal. It's your relationship with meaning and sense in the universe. Philosophically queer is meaning you're taking into consideration systems of oppression that puts queer people in positions of danger, including concentration camps or things of that nature. Okay, legal intervention from the government, the world around us, religious institutions, and it's saying, I'm philosophically queer. Not only am I aware of that, but I'm saying to deconstruct it and move the future into a very queer experience, meaning not worried about the binary, not worried about the nuclear family, not worried about the standard of boy ought to, girl ought to, assigning birth and roles. Queer means not assigning. So when the baby is born, it's not queer communities that are assigning roles. It's heterosexual cis communities that say, oh, penis, this is a boy, and now this boy must be a provider. And we're saying no. Philosophically queer, deconstruct, allow people choices, give people ability to be all kinds of things, including binary. Okay? And that's the thing. Okay? That's the thing. All right? And so that's why Kat is failing, I think, in becoming stagnant. And because she is like forgetting, I think, in many ways, or maybe she's like, I don't know what she's going through right now, but I think she is maybe not in her philosophical joy or something, but she's not showing wisdom, you know? Chet says, I read Kat as perhaps the wisest person I follow online. Because she's lived about 40 different lives. Okay, well, I've lived about 100. And I'm telling you right now, because we're the same age, and I am very disappointed in Kat's assessment of this whole conversation. It seems very short-sighted and lacking in complete wisdom. There is something here, but the way she is handling it is absolutely at the expense of queer communities. And that feels so dangerous in this time with this administration, with everything happening. Why in the world are you poking at us? Like, what are you doing? Like, and again, she calls it victimhood and victim blame. Like, she literally talks about the people who are in opposition to her as like victims. And I'm saying, like, what is this? Now, if she has an exact example of a singular person who treated her so on, I get it. Because I remember coming out of certain progressive bubbles and thinking, man, even progressives are fucking crazy. That was those people. But the progressive philosophy, progressive politics, the progressive future has nothing to do with individual progressive people. Okay? That's the thing. That's the difference. I am not basing these communities off of individuals I'm meeting. I'm basing it off of systems, goals, and philosophy. The future is progressive. The future is queer. The future is deconstructed. The future is collective. Right?
Recognized as I didn't need to be around my parents, that I was a woman, and that was not that genderqueer identity wasn't really how I felt, right? And look, Chad is saying maybe she's regressing because of the state of the world. Maybe she was really terrified when Trump won. She was like really rocked by it, which is interesting because I was rocked by it in 2016, but this time around it's like, okay, we're ready. But Kat was pretty rocked by it, which says to me that, I don't know, maybe she's subconsciously signaling to those communities like, I'm one of you. That's what it a little bit feels like, where I'm like, hey, girl. And I know her parents just died and that's devastating. But okay, she's still a content creator who's being told she's an educator. She's still not making formal education. But guys, you can't keep sending me Kat's content as if, Brittany, what about what Kat said? Is she just a rando now, or is she a person in authority? Because if she's just a rando, I don't care. But if she is in a position of power, well, then she better get her shit together. And these are the different problems. These are the problems. I am trying to be an elder. I am trying to grow into my 40s. When I hit 40, I fully expect you guys to treat me like the adult in the room and not just like a peer who's like hanging out and chilling on stream. Like, I do expect to be like the adult in the room because I know how that someone's got to do it. I'm so sick of adults not growing up, right? But I don't have the clout. The world has decided not to make me famous. I'm here with it. I hear you. I'm still going to do it anyways because my community is still here. My siblings see me. My nieces and nephews see me. What is the role we are playing in terms of growing up in our communities? That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying, as much as you guys keep sending me these people's content as if like, Britt, what about these people? Why do their opinions matter? And I like Kat. Okay? Keep in mind, I like Kat. But why does her opinion matter? Why does Lisa's opinion matter? Why does anyone's opinion matter? And if we're saying, oh, these are the icons in our community. Okay, well, your icon is throwing the queer people under the bus right now. So what are we doing here? I understood that. I was passing, right? And in my youth, I would have people assume that I was a girl and I would get defensive about it. because I thought that's kind of what I needed to do, right? When I came out as trans, no one was surprised by it. And I remember, you see, because like the younger queer version of me was such a little shit stirrer, was such a little fucking gremlin. And
Okay, hold on. Chat says, I think Kat may have been rocked by the election simply because she's objectively more at risk than other people. That's what I would have thought too. But then why is she talking about passable and how cis people treat her as a woman and how she has no problem blending and how all of you are victims because you can't be in straight bars, but I can? I hear you. She was rocked. She technically should be the most at risk. Black and trans and a woman? Oh my God. That's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we need to protect her. But she also is saying she doesn't need it. She is normal. She's not a freak like the queers. Her language, not mine. Okay? I pass. People don't see me. I'm a woman. Okay, girl. What's happening? Did the election rock you so hard back into like Blair White's bubble? What's happening? I get it. You went through it. But instead of letting our community protect you, you're like, I'm not one of you. I'm a visitor. I show up in queer communities, but I'm not one of you. Okay. I'm confused. Are you one of us or not one of us? I'm not one of you. Okay. You're hurting our feelings. My feelings are hurt.
remember being kind of disappointed that no one gave a fuck that I was a trans woman, because up to that point, gender for me, I wouldn't say it was such a performance or whatever, but I would say that like I spent a lot of time.
She did say freak in like a positive way, like I want to hang out with the freaks, but we're not freaks. We're normal. We're like everybody else, you know? Kat said, I think that's cope, Brittany. Cope from who? Me or Kat? If you're going to call me out for coping, then say it, you know? And listen, your username is very interesting because I see you everywhere. Do you have a job or do you just comment on everyone's videos? And I mean that lovingly, but you put your opinion out there a lot and you are on everyone's video, including Kat's video. You were one of the most upvoted comments, right? What is your point in these conversations, right? Because I always wonder about you. Are you a main character? Are you trying to be famous? Or are you just trying to be in everyone's business? Because our faces are out here and our reputations are at stake. And if people are going to kill anyone, it's going to be us. So the question is, as you guys are loud and proud in these comments and I see you, remember, you're not the one putting your life at risk. Well, we are out here every day, and or other people are activists, protesters, battling ICE. Maybe you're doing that in your pastime, okay? But I do pay attention to the community, and I'm trying to say, I want us all to get better, okay? I want us all to be better thinkers. Serious, be serious. And if we're going to be serious, you know, what does it mean to show up on stream and have these conversations? I want to get better. I want to. I'm telling you right now, right? You said it's Kat's cope. I cope like that when I'm terrified. I don't publicly say, oh my gosh, I can't handle how I'm at risk. Well, then why is she talking about it, girls? Right? Why is any of us talking about it? Why is any of us becoming main characters with usernames or videos? Or why are we putting ourselves out here, right? Okay? I'm saying if we're all going to show up and have very serious conversations, let's have it. And let's hold people as they get older to a higher standard. And I'm saying this lovingly because I love your comments. I love you in my communities. I love reading your comments. But I'm saying if I notice you to such a point where you become a character in my comment section, now you are making yourself a character. Okay? And I'm saying, why are you making yourself a character? Why are any of us making ourselves characters? Okay? Right? Yeah, and I hear you. I see you. You say I am putting my life at risk. I'm a lawyer. And I love that. But do you not see the way you leave comments? Like, sometimes I feel like when I read your comments, I never know if you're playing all of our sides. Like, you'll say, like, you know what I mean? Like, what is the point? What are we doing here? I'm not talking about, I don't know you, right? Remember this. Remember this. I don't know you. Okay? I'm saying I love that. I know. I remember your story. I remember your story, so now you're kind of a character in my head, and I'm saying, don't you think it's funny that a username became a character in my head? Don't you think that's interesting? And don't you think that means that when we show up on stream and we say, actually, this person said this and this person said this, why are any of us talking? Why are any of us being taken seriously? Why are any of us being heard? I'm telling you right now, I'm asking a serious question because I'm looking at myself and saying, like, I'm not ready. Do you guys think you're ready? Are any of us ready? You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, what is the role we're playing in our communities, if any? And yes, we're all playing different roles. And so I commend you for the work that you do. I think you're great. Like, if that's, you know, your story is true and you haven't lied to me and like, I remember your story, I think that's great. I'm saying, why are we having these discussions? Why are you guys sending me Lisa's videos and Kat's videos and saying, Brittany, what do you think? They mentioned Dr. K. Why do you give a fuck about Dr. K? Why do you give a fuck about what he does on the internet? I know why I care. Do you know why you care? That's what I'm asking. Did Kat make that video about Dr. K because it was an easy 50K views and an easy $500? Or did she make the video for some other reason? I'm saying, why did you wake up and record that video when you weren't even listening in the video? The video is bad. Kat's video is a bad video. And people ate it up in the comments, including your comment, girl. I saw you. Why did you eat up the content? Was it cathartic? Was it a temporary cope? Did it just feel good in the moment? It was a bad video. Okay? And that's what I want. That's what I want people to understand. Are you guys getting the same hit of dopamine from these women's podcasts that boys are getting from the Diary with the CEO? That's not good. Moving into the future, that is not what we want. We do not want our communities to get the dopamine hits without understanding that's what they are. That's why I like to watch The Public Offender. It's a pure dopamine hit. But I know that. Do you know that? Do you know the content is just to go, oh, I fucking hate men. Oh, yeah. Oof. Oh, man. Oh, misogyny. It's a dopamine hit. I just want to know, like, I would enjoy Kat's video, by the way, if I didn't watch it critically. If I just watched Kat's video as a dopamine hit, fun. If I watch it critically, it's so bad. That's what I'm saying. I want you to know the difference even with my own content. Understand when Brittany's just having fun and understand when it's bad content. Because like I don't make every piece of content I make now isn't critical. Like I'm not trying to be critical of myself yet, but I'm trying to get there where every piece of content I make, you're allowed to criticize through a truly critical lens. But right now I am also having fun, right? Because I think you hold yourself to a high standard, and I notice often React content is made without watching the whole pod or the channel or the background beyond clips, which is why I like your channel. And I appreciate that, right? I appreciate that. Okay. But I also understand that because I'm doing that, it puts me in a position of, it puts me in an awkward position when people say, Brittany, why is this your opinion though? Right? And I say, okay, here's my data. And then you say, oh, well, I'm not going to change my mind. Okay, that's fine. But I'm used to that. But then why do you think you're better than the boys if you're not learning? How are you better than men as a system if you're just getting your dopamine hit in a very shallow way? You know what I mean? Like, I want you to be better thinkers, so then you have to be critical of your favorites, including me. But I also need you to know it's okay to get that dopamine hit. Okay? That's okay too. You know? That's okay too. Chances, I think Brittany is talking about all of us, like all of the whys, since we're discussing Kat. All of us, all of the whys, philosophy, like what it means to be a person on the planet, like what it means to engage in content, what it means to enjoy someone's content, what it means to see content creators that were like, oh my God, amazing to you at some point, but then you fell off of them, what it means to vote for somebody or exist on the planet, what it means to immigrate. I mean, all of this connects, right? This is life. Life is figuring out what all of this means. We're not settling for, well, this feels good, I'll stay here. I'm not going to settle for a man. I'm not going to settle for life. But if you want to, that's okay. But I'm not going to do that here. Listen, if I just made content talking about how bad Dr. K was, I would have gotten so many more views and so many more subscribers. But because I didn't, people were mad at me and they were like, I fucking hate this. But if I had just picked the populism perspective, boys suck and boys are ruining your life, that's a populist take, I would have been more successful. But the reason people get confused by me is because on one side, I sound like I'm, oh, women suck and that's men are this and feminism. And then on the other side, they're like, you know, boys suck and they're the reason. I don't want to be a populist, okay? I want to be correct. I want to seek truth. I don't want to just tell you the thing that's going to make you feel valid about why you're suffering. I want to actually answer the suffering question, and then I want to get you to suffer wisely if that's what you want to do. I want you to graduate past blaming men for your problems and understand that the systems are real and that people are suffering unwisely. And I know it feels good to blame men because I love doing it too, but men as a system, is so much more than Dr. K. Dr. K understands men as a system. And you went after the one singular brown fucking man who is doing any possible work towards white supremacy and men shooters. He is literally going to prevent possible boy shooters. And you went, fuck him. It's like, Jesus Christ, you can't even see it anymore. You cannot see the differences between them. You're like my conservative parents who think all people with baggy pants are the same. Girl, they're literally different. They're different people. I'm not to say that Dr. K can't be, but Dr. K can be as much as a Kat can be. Kat has the same probability of going conservative as Dr. K does. You can't say he's a secret, rat-brained, red pillar and then not criticize Kat for throwing queer people under the bus. I want to criticize both of them, and I love them both so much as content creators. But I've had problems with some of Dr. K's content. I have a problem with Kat's content. But it is a bias to say Dr. K is automatically bad and Kat is automatically good. In which way? What is the defining factor between Kat and Dr. K? Other than their gender? Like, what are we doing here? You know? Okay.
I spent a lot of time talking about gender, challenging gender, trying to contradict gender, and then I assimilated, right? And it's hard for me from a place of assimilation that was comfortable for me to say, you know what, I'm queer, especially when my experience in queer spaces is so limited, And I'm not saying that as anything other than a true statement of what I experience, right? To me, it is gender essentialism to say that a trans person will always be queer. And the reason why I kept bringing it back to how I was born.
No, not all trans people will be queer, but trans people who aren't queer are questionable. Trans people who aren't queer are conservative. Because queer, in my mind, is saying F you to binary standards. If I'm binary, great. But we live in a world that's free. Not a world that is, if you say personally queer, philosophically queer, politically queer, 3 different ways to be queer. It's okay that you are not personally queer, but to say that you are not queer, period, is to say you are what? What?
Born is because people are basically saying that because of the.
Also, I bet TERFs love this. They're like, yeah, take the T out of the LGBT. You don't belong here. That's kind of like what this is leaning into, in my opinion. It's leaning into this idea that trans people aren't queer and don't deserve to be LGBT. As if LGBT, like, there is a defining moment in our queer communities where people are like, I'm not queer, I'm gay, I'm normal. I'm just a normal gay person. I'm the normal gay. Why do you want to be with them? They're conservatives. That's a conservative dog whistle.
First 14 years of my life, right? I will always be queer. That is what you're saying. That because I dealt with that shit in my youth, I will always be queer. And because I take certain medication to address a disconnect between my brain and my bio body, I will always be queer. And the thing is, it's hard for me to view that as a truism. For me, if I'm being completely blunt with you guys, and this is probably just an extension of my job and how long I've been doing my job, it feels more like branding than anything.
Oh, then you can't be trusted. A person who brands themselves queer cannot be trusted. Who are you, Ellen? Who are you, a pride parade sponsored by Bank of America? If your branding is queer and you're not, we shouldn't be watching Cat Black. That's my opinion. That's my radical progressive stance. Watch Cat the same way you watch any other liberal, right? Now, Chad, I see you saying Dr. K is dog whistling. What he's doing is validating their fears, and then he's chipping away at their premises. He's not meaning to dog whistle. He's meaning to validate because he's a doctor. When your client comes in and says, doctor, I'm really in pain, and he goes, you're just a woman. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. No, he's saying, oh, I see that you're in pain. Let's talk about it. He's a doctor. He's validating the pain. As doctors should do. That's the one thing doctors aren't doing enough. He's literally saying, hey, I see you. I see you're in a lot of pain. Let's talk about it. And then he's saying it is not women's job to fix this pain. It's all of our job to be better. Okay? That's the difference. Dr. K is in no way blaming feminism. He's literally saying healed men are not anti-feminist. I covered this at the beginning of my video. And everything in every work that he does, he says, feminism is not your enemy. That is literally the absolute opposite. Imagine Andrew Tate or any of these red pillows or Myron Gaines or any of these people ever saying this. Dr. K is literally making enemies in red pill when he says this. And you keep trying to put him in this bubble. Jordan Peterson will say, fuck feminism. And Dr. K is literally saying feminism is good. He's literally the opposite of all of these men. He's the only man being interviewed who's aggressively saying feminism good. But sure, keep associating him with Jordan Peterson.
I really hate this because let's just boil this down to what it really is.
Chad says doctors should never validate phantom pain. Brittany, you are so cruel. You are deeply traumatized by your job, girl. You need to go to a better therapist. Stop it. These men are going through real pain. I don't know how you don't understand that. It is real. It is real pain. Stop. Stop. Be serious for 1 second. You've told me in the past your job really traumatizes you against men. Yeah? Was that you? Did I remember correctly? These men are suffering. The world is suffering. We are all suffering. Trump is suffering. Everybody's suffering. We're all just suffering differently, and the solutions for all of our suffering will differ. Of course they're suffering. You think men who aren't suffering are incels? To identify as red pill is to say I am suffering. To say I am a man who will go my own way is to say I am suffering. To say I've given up on dating is to say I am suffering. These are all suffering language. This is all language to say I am suffering. And yes, I know you aren't patient. And yes, I know you aren't a doctor. And yes, I know you can't do the emotional labor for these men. So don't let Dr. K do it, because I don't want to do it either. I don't want to be, I get it. But let Dr. K do it. Okay? Let Dr. K do it. They are suffering. They are in real pain. And we want to prevent it in new babies every day. Okay? But don't do I don't want to work with incels either, girl. Okay, I get it. But that doesn't mean it's not real. It just means like they're frustrating and hard to deal with. So let him do it. Okay, that's what I'm saying. We are all suffering, period. Okay, another video from Kat. Obviously, you can be, the comment she's reacting to. Obviously, you can be attracted to whoever you can be. Gay, straight, bi, pan, but we are queer. We're gender queer. Here we go.
Queer people, or at least a lot of people who identify as queer, are gender essentialists. A lot of queer people who cling to that term, they don't really register that for trans women like me, I go out into the world, people don't tend to see me as anything other than a woman. People don't tend to see me as anything other than a straight woman, right? Most of my life is led in a way where people assume correctly of me, right? It's really only when I interact with queer people that I tend to have this conflict. Queer people.
Oh yeah, Discord Great Point says doctors do validate phantom pains. Amputees have doctors give them methods to help. Oh yeah, when you're an amputee, you can get phantom pain. Of course it's validated. This is what I'm saying. Keep your mouth shut. You don't know what you're talking about. I love you.
Basically want for me to celebrate, hyperfixate on, and highlight that I was designated male at birth. And because I was designated male at birth, they want for me to always have this label on me as queer, despite the fact that me being designated male at birth basically never comes up in my daily life. So what I interact with as a person who was stealth and has lived a lot of their time in this world as a trans person is that in general cishet society, I'm accepted as my gender. But among queer folks within certain queer spaces, I'm only ever going to be accepted as male. And I'm drawing attention to this because...
You know what my DBT therapist would tell me? Brittany, your pain is real, but is it reasonable? Somebody needs to tell these men that. Hey, your pain is real, but is it reasonable? Your pain is real. Let's see where it's coming from. Your pain is real. You must always validate first. Validate, then help. And if they don't want to do the work to help, it is what it is. Listen, only about 2% of Dr. K's audience will have a chance of ever getting better. That's it. Because the men who are already so deeply in these bubbles, yeah, it's kind of over for them. Just like it's kind of over for most women who are still adhering to patriarchy. Girls, I don't know what to tell you. If you're still married to him and he's a homophobic and racist, you're probably done for. But if you would like to be better, there is a pathway out. You should give up on women the same way you're giving up on men. Or you can just eradicate this fucking gender war and admit that people are suffering regardless of gender. And yes, men as a system are the cause of 99% of the world's suffering. Let's do something about that. And let's start by holding ourselves accountable and responsible when appropriate. Okay? And this is really important. But the world will always suffer because we are suffering. Validate, then let them do their own work. Okay? Kat says, so because Kat passes, that means she can't be queer. Is that what I'm understanding? Yeah, like that's the pain in this conversation. You said, what about trans women who don't pass? She's basically saying, that's why I'm saying, Kat, this conversation needs to happen offline. This is a really painful conversation, and she's being very mean about it, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like, girl, you're basically saying like these people are jealous of you because they can't pass, right? And I'm saying, girl, that's so mean. I know she's trying to explain her experience, but like in her platform, the way that it is, I find it to be inappropriate. That's why I'm disappointed with this content. Like, this is so hurtful, you know?
This is something that always seems to come up that people never really want to be real about, right? If I'm a person who is accepted in the vast majority of contexts that I'm in, and you're trying to hyperfixate on, you know, this thing that I transitioned away from, right? Like, I'm 35, right? I started my transition 20 years ago, right? That's why I live the life I do the way that I've lived it, right?
Yeah, to the lawyer person in my comments, girly, this is a philosophy channel. I don't give a fuck about the law. The law isn't moral. This is a philosophy channel. We're trying to get down to the root of human suffering. The law is a Band-Aid, okay? We're trying to get down to the root of human suffering on this channel. So I appreciate your input, but it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. And I seriously think you're overestimating your place in this conversation with peace and love.
You are trying to get from me to celebrate who I was 20 years ago that I barely remember. You're trying to get from me to cling to an identity I've never claimed. You're genderqueer. I've never said that, you know, at least not in this phase of my life. When I was younger, I identified as genderqueer, right? Queer people, and it's so interesting too, because, you know, usually queer people create queer spaces because they're...
Oh, Discord said Kat doesn't seem to spend any time reading updated queer literature. And somebody in chat said, I wonder if this is like 2015 problems. Wait, where did that comment go? Fuck. Do you think this may be down to being stuck in 2015? I remember when I was really young, queer did mean visibly different, androgynous, visibly trans. Oh, look at you two being so smart. Look at my chatters being so smart. Wait, maybe that's what I'm saying. She feels conservative to me now. Yeah, that would explain so much. Like, girl, you're stuck. Like, I don't know why you're not updating your language. Yeah. Yeah. Which is why I said she feels conservative, but not MAGA. Like 2015, and oh my God, the way people are romanticizing 2016, you guys mean the worst time ever on planet Earth? I was just catching up with my friend about it. I was like, girl, do you not remember 2016 being the worst year on planet Earth? That was our Armageddon. For me, 2016 was the lowest of my mental health. Trump got elected. I went to therapy for the first time and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to lose it. Right? For me, 2016 was the worst. Trump getting elected this time around, I was ready because I already did 2016. That's why I was surprised to see Kat be so distraught over this election, because I was like, didn't you go through 2016 with the rest of us? I cannot believe people had a good 2016. That is so deeply shocking to me. Congratulations. Talk about bubbles. You know what I mean? Talk about bubble differences. Oh my God. Like 2016 was, you know, that gif of the girl screaming on the floor and being like, no, that was me, girl. Okay. That was 2016. I was ready for this time around. You know, I was ready. But again, everyone's on a different pathway and that's okay. But yeah, I wonder if Kat's super stunted and that's why her content feels so weird now.
Trying to be sort of liberated away from cishet society. And the issue that I've always sort of had with engaging with queer people is that I don't have that experience with society. In society, I am accepted as I am. I'm accepted as a woman. I don't deal with people, you know, describing me as different. I don't deal with being othered as a person who isn't a woman, right? Like, my life is one that is lived where people, you know, I don't deal with being rejected for my gender. I don't deal with...
I mean, women can be queer. I don't know what to tell you, you know?
People not seeing my gender. I don't deal with people misgendering.
Now, can straight people be queer is what Kat is trying to get to. Can straight people be queer? They can't be internally queer, but they can be philosophically queer. They can say, you know, we believe in like deconstruction, like a look is philosophically queer and non-binary and all these things. But philosophically, first and foremost, they are philosophically queer. And I think that is the direction to go into, you know, that if you go on that journey, though, a lot of straight couples who are like kinky want to be considered queer without doing any of the deconstruction work. No, you have to do the deconstruction work, you know?
me reviewing me as queer. Again, these are really topics that only come up in the context of interacting with people who identify as queer. And from my vantage point, most of you are just trying to get for me to hyperfixate on being assigned male at birth. Because if you could, like, and you perceptibly, from my vantage point, feel significantly more transphobic than most of society for that reason, right? This is the point that I always feel very alone when I try to acknowledge it, because
Fuck. Sorry, chat. Thank you. I was muted. Fuck. You're right. I was muted. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry. Oh my God. I think she has the same problem that lesbians have over like lesbian men. I get it, girls. You're like, lesbian means lesbian. Okay, I know. I get it. And it can. Bubbles are different. Bubbles have overlap, right? But ultimately, you want to update your language to be inclusive. And this is exclusionary commentary. She's saying, I'm not like you. Lesbians are saying, I'm not like you. And I'm saying, we are like each other. We are all like each other. I love you. We're all one. We're all a family, but not like at a corporation that uses that word to manipulate you. We are family. You know? Like, I'm saying all of humanity is one. We are a collective, you know? But like, they are saying, I'm not like you. And I'm like, okay, girl, yeah, I'm not like any of you either. Like, look, when we get down to it, none of us are like anybody. Like, we're very rarely like anybody, okay? We're just trying to say, like, you know, we are the world. We are the children. Yes, Discord, love it.
most of you will never have my experience, right? Like, a lot of you have a queer identity because you don't function in society the way that I do. And I'm not
Listen to her say that again.
From my vantage point, feel significantly more transphobic than most of society for that reason, right? This is the point that I always feel very alone when I try to acknowledge it, because most of you will never have my experience, right? Like, a lot of you have a queer identity because you don't function in society the way that I do. And I'm not trying to say that to sound cunty. I'm trying to say, like, that's, I think, why you guys have this.
No, that's not White Cat. Because I have that experience. Me. I am clocked as cis. My relationship with the world is as a woman. Da, 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 da. Okay, I'm still queer. I'm still queer, baby. That's what I'm saying. I'm still queer. Like, what? Like, girl. That's so mean.
Fixation. I don't deal with people seeing me as something other than a woman. That's kind of the point I was trying to say in this video, which is that I go out into the world, men are attracted to me, they correctly assume that I'm a feminine woman who's attracted to masculine men, and that works for me. That's why it's not really a debate. That's why I can just say that I'm attracted to masculine men, and the men that pursue me typically are the ones who are like that, right? You're queer. You identify as queer. That's why.
You know what I'm saying? This is mean, bro. This is so unnecessarily cruel. Why are you punching down on the community? You know what I mean? Like, this is so unnecessary.
Why some of what I say is alienating to you, but it works quite well for me because I don't identify as queer, because I am not a queer person. If I was a queer person, sure, certain things would be alienating to me. But what I'm trying to point out to you guys is that most of you are essentializing me, but also trying to argue that you're more woke than me in some way. That's what's so weird. If I'm a trans woman and trans women are women, and I say that I'm straight, why do you need to tell me that my sexuality is queer? Why is it that I have so little...
Pause. No one is telling you your sexuality is queer, you old lady. You boomer. Kat, you're so great. I love you. You're such a fucking boomer. Nobody's saying your sexuality is queer. Who said that? Nobody said that. That's the point I'm trying to make. Girl, nobody said your sexuality is queer. Even in these comments she's replying to, who said that? Queer does not mean sexuality. And so, like, ooh, hello?
Experience dating queer men, and most of my partners are heterosexual men, but you want for me to frame myself as queer and my partners as queer, even though none of us identify as queer. Why is it that you imagine that this isn't working or isn't functional or isn't like a clearly communicated or easily understood thing, but you imagine that like what you're saying is understood and easily communicated? Like, through my life, one of the biggest things I think I've definitely learned is that describing myself the way I describe myself is the clearest way I can communicate who I am. I'm not queer. I don't get
This comment here says, I feels like this group of people that once they hit 35 to 40, they stop challenging their own thoughts. Like I see this with all my aunties who always seem to challenge things and then stopped. Exactly. Thank you. You genius. Exactly. We cannot stop doing this. We cannot stop deconstructing. We cannot stop asking questions because that's normal. The normal, common thing to do is to literally eventually plateau your deconstruction, your thoughts. And I'm saying I'm never stopping, baby. I'm never stopping, baby. We're going to keep doing it forever. Forever, okay? You could say her polyamory was queer. I would argue that being polyamorous could be queer. Not always, but it could be, especially if her partners are pan or bi or something. Sounds fucking queer to me. But see, if they're like, I'm a normal pan person. I'm a normal bisexual. Actually, I'm not like those other queer people. I'm like normal. It's like, okay, girl, we're all normal. We're all normal. Like, we're all normal. Okay, so again, this whole othering, that's not me. I get it. We all went through this phase when we were liberals, which is why I'm disappointed in Kat, because I'm like, you're not a liberal, girl. Like, I know you better than this. Even though people do think she's a liberal, like on the Madeline Pendleton side of the internet. And look, I blocked Madeline Pendleton because I could not handle them very much. I do not vibe with their energy. But a Kat, like, you know what I mean? So when she has this conversation, like, I just have so many questions, but with no, obviously, again, I'm not making this content for her. I'm making this content for you guys, for us. As we move into 2026, we have to keep challenging ourselves.
Warm feelings around this idea of existing outside
We
of
cannot allow the limitation of our wisdom or the limitation of our knowledge stop with the bar being so low at our oppressors. We cannot let the oppressors set the standard for the conversations we are having. Okay? We can meet them where they are, have the conversation. Should gay people get married? And let's go to the advanced level. So we'll go back to 101. Should black people have rights? Great question, racist America. Yes. And let's go past. Okay. So like, we can't move the world faster than it is, but we also cannot let them set the standard of where we are in our life,
the binary. I don't get this warm feeling of like, oh my gosh, I'm not quite this or that. That's not really how I feel. That's not something that is good for me. And it's also not something that I have to interact with, right? You guys have to think about this, right? For most people, I think, who identify themselves as queer, the queer community is celebratory and embracing of them. For me, it doesn't feel that way because what I interact with a lot of times is people pressure me to be attracted to women. They pressure me towards being attracted to men who aren't masculine. They basically want for me to relinquish my gender and be more sexually available. That is literally the message I get very often within queer spaces. And I know that it's not what most of you try to get across, but for whatever reason, me saying that I'm a woman who's only attracted to masculine men is like shocking and radical and upsetting and queer.
See how she's taking her trauma and making it our problem and then telling other people they're victimized? Girl, I don't know who you're hanging out with, but maybe it's just because you're in LA. Hear me out. Maybe you should leave LA. Maybe you just have a shitty group of people around you. Do they get to identify the whole queer community? Okay, leave that space and get out, get into a different bubble. Okay, I did not have that experience in the Pacific Northwest. Maybe go there. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, why are you taking your anecdotal experience and making it our problem? Did we stop doing this 10 years ago? Didn't we start to learn that our experiences aren't everybody's problem? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, okay? To the chatter who's asking, you can talk, girl. Like, I'm not going to stop you from talking. I'm just going to let you know that sometimes it feels like when you're in this space, it feels like you don't know what we're doing here. Just like you guys don't know what Dr. K is doing. Do you actually understand what I'm doing here? Because if you don't get it, you're not going to get it. And it feels like, based off of people's comments, I can always tell when, like, you don't get it. You don't get what we're doing here. And, like, it's fine. But I don't want to make you upset either. I don't want you to watch my content and get triggered by it or upset by it because, like, I want you involved, but I want you to understand what we're doing because I'm really trying to get humanity to, like, understand that it's universally suffering, right? And look, it's not about you, right? Like, you can talk. You're just a commenter, but, like, and I don't mean that derogatory. I mean, like, you are free to comment. You are your own agent, you know? But, like, when we have these conversations, we're saying, why do you have that opinion? Where did it come from? Why? I'll show another video where Kat talks about preferences. She's very much in the preference bubble. Look, preferences, in my opinion, are about fruit, not conscious, not people. In my opinion, you have a preference over strawberry or banana, not over people. I don't really believe in the concept of preference over bodies or preference over fatness or skinniness or preference over these things. Like, preference meaning what? I don't really believe in the concept. I think it all stems from a dehumanization of the consciousness. So I'm not saying you can't be binary trans, binary lesbian, binary these things. I'm saying, and this is important, that I think you are more than these things if you want to be, but you don't have to be. In the same way, you don't have to be a Christian. There are other ways to have a relationship with spirituality. But see, they're going to hear that as saying, well, being Christian isn't real. Nothing is real. Everything is real. Nothing is real. Everything is real. Nothing is real. It's a construct. We make it up and it's real. Both things are true at the same time. Life is real. We're experiencing it. The labels are constructs to match an experience. If she is having a personal experience, valid. If she didn't make it other people's problems, then we wouldn't care. But she's making it our problem. That's the problem. Girl, have a personal experience. What does this have to do with me? Why is this a part of your work? Why are you making your personal experience the part of your content that throws queer people under the bus? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying your personal experience could have been just that. But your exclusion, you're saying other this, instead of saying, oh my God, I love my queer communities. I love being here. I love being a woman in this space. I feel so accepted because I accept them, they accept me. But no, you're constantly making it clear you're not here. You're not a part of us. And again, that queer community in LA, that's probably got problems, right? That's probably got problems. Okay. But it doesn't represent the queer community. And also it's funny that Kat puts more like join queer communities online, join queer communities in different parts of the States. Like, why do you even want to be a part of the community so bad? See, that's what it is. She wants so desperately to be part of a community she doesn't feel accepted by. Why? Why are you working so hard to be in queer communities if you aren't queer? And also, in what queer community where informed consent is at the forefront are they wanting to make you interested in women? I fear you might be in a very conservative LA community. Hey, kinky gay communities are conservative. Just because they're BDSM does not mean they're progressive. You are not in a community that believes in informed consent. They're not progressive. You know?
Spaces normative everywhere else, which is why I often feel far more comfortable outside of the queer community. It's why I have not spent a lot of time with queer people. Because I don't like having to explain my gender. It's not something that I like doing. It's not something I enjoy doing. And it's also not something I have to do within normal society. Most people just accept me as a woman.
No. Chat says Hassan doesn't not like music. He doesn't actively listen to it because he's always got news or politics pods in his ears instead, which is a peculiar to people, but it's just a preference. It's never just a preference. Guys, nothing you do is just a preference. Nothing you do is just a preference. You sound like white men right now. I'm just a man. I'm not even in charge of patriarchy. The systems don't affect me. I'm a free thinker. Come on, guys. How do we know so much about white supremacy and what did I say? White supremacy and white supremacy? How do we know so much about patriarchy and white supremacy and all of these things? And we say we're products of our environment. And then you're like, it's just a preference. Tee-hee. It's just a preference. Okay, but why? Why is it your preference? It's just my preference. Nothing is just a preference. It came from somewhere. Do you want to discover why or not? You don't have to. But it's never just a preference. Nothing is ever just a preference.
And it does, from my position, from my vantage point, feel like the queer community is far more transphobic than I think they register. There are plenty of trans women who are
so now the queer community is transphobic.
Going to love the idea of existing in between gender as, not quite being a woman, and I get it. For you, that is great. For you, you are genderqueer. I am not. And the only way you look at me like that.
So other trans people are transphobic, but Kat's not questioning her internalized transphobia. So does queer think she can be transphobic? Because it sounds like a lot like internalized transphobia. But now the other trans people in her comments are actually the transphobes. I feel like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like it's her internalized transphobia.
Is when you accept the premise of society's gender essentialism. I feel like very often there's this really weird thing that happens within queer communities where people are all pretending that they don't essentialize along the line of gender. But if you're designated male at birth, you will always be essentialized. You will always be, right? Like I see this. I mean, I'm not saying that the DFAB folks don't deal with this because they certainly do. But what I've registered is like a lot of DFAB folks are able to, I guess, have a protection around their identity that I don't feel. Like I never just get to be a straight woman. I always just get to be, you know, a queer person. And it's not like I have an issue with being a queer person, right? Like I wish I could say that I was more queer than I am.
Okay. If you want to be an ally, stay out of queer spaces. If you want to be treated like a cis straight woman, stop going to queer spaces. It's obviously not made for you. You don't want to belong there. Go hang out with Republicans in Orange County. Because queer spaces, typically like very straight cis women aren't there. Right? Because even though you're a woman and that's real, we made these spaces as a safety point for our communities, which is why it's a little funny when straight people start taking it over. And then if you're going to fight this hard against the queer community, stop showing up. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you there? If you are this sure that you are, you know, you want to be seen. It sounds like she's saying, I want to be seen as a cis woman. Okay, girl, stay out the clubs. You can't come in then. Did I fix it? Did I fix the problem? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want her to be excluded, but it feels like she wants us to exclude her so she feels validated in her gender. Okay, you can't come over anymore. Do you feel good? Does that make you feel better? Okay. Yeah, you can't come. If I have a queer party, if I have an LGBT party, you can't come. Do you feel good? Do you know what I mean? Like,
because I would not find myself having these conversations all the time, right? And I don't. I only have these conversations because I have interactions with queer people. Because I engage with queer people, I have to explain to them that I don't share their identity. There's a lot of things about me that you could probably say are queer, but most of those things have to do with me being a feminist, right?
no, Jet Set Blair White Cap Black collab win. Listen, I don't want to believe Kat is going in that direction, and I don't. I don't currently think she's actually MAGA or conservative or Christian, but I would say, based off how she's talking, the message I am getting is that when I throw a queer party, she can't come. Because, again, I have friends that are straight, white, cis. I love them. I'm not inviting them to my queer parties because they're not philosophically queer. They can't come. I love them, but it would be weird. So why would I invite them? So if Kat doesn't want to be invited, okay, I won't invite her. Feels a little weird, but okay.
Every other aspect of me is pretty heteronormative, but people don't want to see it that way. And I have to be honest, most of these people who end up wanting to push me into the category of queer are white. And it always feels like they see me as more masculine than I actually am because I'm Black.
I mean, maybe. So now it's like, do these white queer people only see Kat as queer because she's Black? Maybe. I mean, it could be, right? I'm not going to discount it. Like, racism's real. Like, she might be experiencing something here. But like, you know, Chad said more like kidology and Cat Black. I mean, maybe. Okay, wait, did we? No, we didn't watch this one, right? It's so interesting to me that there's so much controversy around, oh yeah, listen to this. So this is a really important point, but again, I think Kat goes in the wrong direction with it. I'm going to take you in a progressive, queer, deconstructed direction. Are you ready? This really proves my point. Okay, so commenter says to Kat, it's so interesting to me that there is so much controversy around bi, pan, cis women identifying as queer, especially if they're in a relationship with men. But then apparently you, a straight trans woman, is queer because you're trans, right? Okay.
Discourse. This is the exact discourse that actually always draws all of this bullshit to my attention, right? Because here's the thing. We have so many debates about whether or not women who want to fuck women, right? Women who actively desire other women, actively have an attraction to other women, actively desire being with other women, right?
Okay. For those who are lost, you know how our communities get into this controversy about whether, like we hate seeing bisexual girls with their boyfriends or their husbands, this conversation, right? And then people are like, are they even queer? Not always, but sometimes. It depends. They're still gay. But even when I say gay, like some people don't identify as gay. A lot of my pan girlfriends do not call themselves gay versus I call myself gay. Because to me, gay is queer is homo. It's all the same. Fuck, I'm not straight. I'm not cis. Okay, I'm not any of these things, right? Okay, so like I'm not interested. Whatever is that thing, that's not me. I don't care what you're gonna call it, what it is in the future, but I love it and we're all people, okay? And I love that. And the future is. But also the future is all of us are together, not the opposites, but experiencing each other. So all things have to be true at the same time. Because remember, it's us, introspection, and us in relation to everything outside of ourselves, okay? So yeah, like you can have your conversation. We all went through that stage of like, am I really gay if I marry a man? Yes, girl. You're not less gay because you ended up with a man. You're only less gay if you don't have gay thoughts, okay? That's it. And it's not even that interesting of a conversation once you get past the whole need to even identify as gay or straight, because that's only for the binary folk anyway. You don't even have to worry about it later on. But okay, so Kat is saying, why are they being questioned and I'm not if the only difference is that I'm trans? And I'm saying they shouldn't be questioned in the first place. We should not be questioning. Bisexual women who end up with men are not straight, but they also might not be queer, right? And I'm saying if Kat isn't queer, then she's not invited to the hangout. But I love you. I'm not really interested in being around people in this capacity. Now, if I had an event that was like a book club, Kat could come. If I had a regular party for all people, Kat could come. But if I was having a queer focused party, yeah, Kat's not coming. But it's interesting that she makes such an effort to be in queer spaces, even though she's not queer. Doesn't that feel so weird? Why are you doing that? If you're not queer, why are you working so hard to be in the spaces of queer people? And then wondering why you don't feel in community with them. Why isn't she taking any accountability for her putting herself there? Again, does Kat ever actually say, what I did was wrong? I'm so ashamed. I shouldn't have done this thing. This is my fault. And I am really having an epiphany that I don't think Kat ever takes accountability for anything. I'm waiting, like not literally anything, but where is her accountability in this? I don't get it.
Actually queer if they're currently in a relationship with a man. Like, in that scenario, right? The cis woman, my boyfriend loves to call me in the middle of these videos, but okay, so
hold on. Before she gets to that point, Discord said, not sure I understand the thing about preferences. Is the goal to dissolve them? The goal is to do nothing. The goal is to be joyful and to exist. The goal is to give people choice. The goal is to ask ourselves why we have that preference. It is not a preference that you prefer white girls over black girls. That's racism. Okay? We are deconstructing our preferences. What does it mean to have a preference? Which Kat will get into because she thinks it is someone's right and preference to not date a trans person, which I am not a fan of. Not a fan. So that just tells you where she is. You're right. She is stuck in 2015 because that's the kind of shit we would say in 2015. If you don't want to date a trans person, that's your preference. You know? So you mean preferences with humans? Yeah, preferences with humans. Preferences with people. Preferences are for what kind of ice cream you like. Preferences are like do you like a bus or a car? Preferences are like what you like eating. Preferences are how you dress. Preferences aren't, they're not meant to be used. They shouldn't be used to treat people as other or to objectify people, right?
That's the thing that bothers me, right? We have this conversation about cis women all the time. Cis women who actually have an attraction to women where we debate whether or not they actually get to be queer, right? And it's weird because in that conversation, right, what I'm registering is that this cis woman who's in an active relationship with a man who they're saying isn't queer, right, is way gayer than me. Way more queer than me. Like, even if we're talking...
Wait, I thought you said you're not gay. How can they be more gay than you? You're nothing gay. You're not even a little gay. You're nothing gay. Am I confused? Rewind.
About the way their relationship is like is way gayer than me. way gayer than me, way more queer than me. Like, even
you just said you're not queer.
And if we're talking about the way their relationship is like, you know, formed.
Okay, I understand what she's saying.
Right? Like, you're in a relationship with a man, but you want to have sex with women. Like, that's, I mean, I'm polyamorous, but you know what I mean? Like, that's queerer than some of the shit that I do, you know? Like, much queerer, because, you know, what I register is like, I don't have that, right? I don't have that feeling of like, oh, I'm with a man, but I have this desire for a person of a different gender. And so within the scope of my relationship, I need my boyfriend to make an exception because I need.
Right, because she's poly, but all her partners are men.
To explore something about my sexuality that I have like a deep desire.
Like when she says hold on.
Desire to explore. Like, I don't feel that at all because I am attracted to men and my partners are men. You know what I mean? So like, I do find that particular discourse to be very, very telling. And it is the sort of thing that draws attention to the fact that, again, this is sort of the thing I keep trying to point out. There's a way that a lot of queer people, when we have conversations about this, they do gender essentialism in a way I don't think is very visible to them, right? The cis woman in this conversation, because she's a cis woman, it is debatable if she gets to call herself queer, even when she's attracted to women.
Yeah, but that's wrong. That's wrong. Our community is wrong. That is a bad conversation to be having. We shouldn't be having it. And I don't know why Kat wants to be treated like these women. We should be liberating ourselves past this. It is wrong to question these women as being gay. It is okay to question them as being queer, meaning have you deconstructed? Because look, gay women, bisexual, pansexual women are dating homophobes. They're married to Trumpers. They're not queer. They're not philosophically queer. So it is what the community is like, hey, are you like bisexual MAGA or are you like queer? So is your male partner or your man partner, whatever, are they also, you know?
And as a woman, right? But for me as a trans woman, because I am a trans woman and I transitioned, and the men who are attracted to me, you know, have to, you know, maybe.
Chat says, I worry the deconstruction of preferences could be used by conservatives to say sexuality isn't a choice. Maybe I missed a step. That is a very common question we've had to answer every time we have this conversation because we can never get past it, which is fair. I'll answer it for the rest of my life. It doesn't matter if it's a choice. It doesn't matter. Choices don't change right or wrong or legality. Conservatives only use that as an argument to say it's not real. Everything is a choice. And the choice is yours. What you're attracted to is, don't apologize. I'm used to the question, okay? It's a good question. Choice is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. We want options. Your why is dependent on your ability to deconstruct and ask yourself questions, okay? When straight people look at gay people and have a visceral, guttural, disgust response, that's not a choice. That's not a choice. And I'm saying, even though it's not a choice, it doesn't mean it can't be changed, healed, fixed, deconstructed, introspected on, okay? Most of the things we're doing are not choices, but people think we are making choices. And I'm saying we have to have larger and deeper conversations and understand where we are with the conversation. So imagine to one group I'm speaking to, and this is why I do code switch and I speak differently in front of different communities. You mask, you do all types of things. But if I'm with one community and I'm speaking their language, kind of like Dr. K has to do on guest podcasts, if I'm talking to a red pillar and he's like, but don't you think women want rich men? I was like, well, I think the problem is that women have been told that's the only kind of good man. Don't you feel like as a man, you feel bad if you don't make a lot of money? He's like, yeah, I do feel bad about that. Yeah, well, so the women also feel bad about picking partners who don't have a lot of money in the same way you feel bad about not making a lot of money. And then they'll be like, oh, that makes sense. And I'm like, well, maybe we should change the conversation to being not that men should make a lot of money, but that men should make enough money to feed their families, you know? Or I just had a conversation with one of my little brothers. He went on a date with a girl. And he said, Britt, I don't get it, bro. I felt like our values were aligned. I felt confident. I'm giving up on dating. I was like, don't give up on dating, bro. What are you? I was like, no. You have to realize, and this is hard to recognize, even if you both are great people and your values feel the same, it doesn't mean it's your person. He's like, how the fuck does that work? And I said, well, think about it, right? You meet a great person. There's got to be a lot of them out there, right? But every great person you meet, just because your values are the same, doesn't mean it's your person. The person who's going to be with you through Alzheimer's and marriage and life and death and all of these other things. But we've been taught by society to think that's all you need. Boom, married. No. For long-term, deep, meaningful relationships, we're going to need more. We're going to need, I actually like you as a consciousness. I told my brother, what you want is to feel deeply seen by that person. I said, that's what I want for you, bro. I want you to feel so deeply seen by your person if you even meet them. And if you don't, you're not defined by this. And I told him, I was like, you're not defined by partnership. He said, yeah, honestly, a couple years ago, I thought I was. Like, it was driving me crazy. And then I realized, like, fuck it, I'm not. And he's, by the way, out of the red pill, out of Andrew Tate, out of the bubble. He's even deconstructing religion. Like, he's still a Christian, but he's like deconstructing Catholicism. Like, he's on a journey, my bro. And I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud to see the change because I see it in my brothers. It took them a second, bro, but they're out. They got out. And, you know, maybe some of it was me, who knows? But like, you know, it's like, I'm just so glad that we can still talk and I can still tell him, like, I'm so proud of you. I'm proud of you for the effort you're making. I'm proud of you for, you know, recognizing that it is a journey and that it's hard and like life is hard, bro. But also I want you to know you're doing really good. And yeah, he's not in a perfect place. He's not in a perfect place. I still hear the misogyny. I still hear the patriarchy. I still hear the stuff in his conversation, but I see also the growth. And so I'm always holding on to that. And I think sometimes like in these conversations, we think we're going to talk the same with everyone. We're not. If I'm talking to him, my language changes. Okay. My partner literally said your vocabulary got instantly worse the moment you got off the phone with your brother. It's like you literally forgot how to speak like an adult. And I was like, okay, first of all, it's because I switch. I go right into, and that's how I do it with everybody. So like, okay, if I'm talking to a different person, my vocabulary will all of a sudden get immensely better. And then all of a sudden I'm using language that I never used because I'm talking to that person. And that's the point. I don't think other people are doing this, but I certainly am. And I don't know how you're not bothering to do it because like, are you not even seeing people? You know? Chat says, Braid, I usually love your content, but as a Black viewer, sometimes you hold Black content creators to a significantly higher standard than others. This comes across very nitpicky. Do I hold Black content creators to a higher standard? Maybe. Maybe I do the same way I tend to hold women to a higher standard in general. I've been really trying to deconstruct that. I do have a tendency to think that minority people are smarter, which is a mistake I make. It's a form of thinking you should know better because you've gone through it. So I'll work on that and think about that, meditate on it. I've been doing it with women too, where I think I expect more of women because I think to myself, well, you make content saying you're better than white supremacy, saying you're better than patriarchy. Show it to me. Show it to me. Because God, I hope so, but maybe not. You know, being a minority isn't enough. We know that. We know being a minority isn't enough to deconstruct. You still have to do the work, right? But I do that. I really got to work on it. It's hard because I want to give people the benefit of the doubt, right? Kat is telling me she's not conservative. Kat is saying she's, you know, an educator. Kat is saying she was an educator. Kat is saying all these things. She's saying she's a college graduate. She's giving me all these signals. Well, then the standard has to be higher, right? Like, doesn't the standard have to be higher? You're a bigger content creator. You're a legend in the space. You're an icon. Shouldn't the standard be higher for her, right? Maybe, you know, maybe not all people. Like I think if I had a MAGA conservative who was also Black, I probably wouldn't hold them to that standard, right? Because they're MAGA, right? But if they were a woman, I might, but not really, because conservative women, it just depends. Like, it depends. And again, the only reason I'm covering this is because people kept asking me, like, in contrast to my opinion, they kept challenging my opinion by using their opinion, not their Kat, their what's her name? Lisa and Kat and others. So what I'm trying to say to my audience is if you send me Kat's video saying, Brittany, Kat's challenging your opinion, well, now I'm going to have to come down hard on Kat because you're saying, Brittany, are you wrong? Because Kat's saying this. Hey, Brittany, you might be wrong because Lisa's saying this. And I'm saying, okay, well, I might be wrong, but let me make my case for it. Let me make my case. And because I'm so autistic and I watch everyone's content so much and they don't watch mine, they don't watch my content. Right? Remember this. Remember that when I talk to YouTubers, they go, oh yeah, I haven't really sat down and had a chance to watch a lot of your content. But some, like I have watched all of these videos by Kat. All of them are 8 to 10 minutes long. I think on average, I probably watch like maybe an hour of Kat to 2 to 3 hours of Kat content a week, depending on how many TikToks she's put out for the week. Right? So people aren't doing that same thing for me, but they're making content or my viewers are saying, well, Brittany, did you do your research? And I'm saying, I don't expect you to watch my content for sure, but also you have to know where I'm coming from. And I'm also proving to you that I'm not going after Kat just because I have the evidence. I have the proof. Unlike other YouTubers that clip people, take people out of context. I mean, I've been literally clipped so maliciously out of context that I'm like, hey, don't do that to me. I work really hard on my content. And I'm trying not to do that to Kat. I'm trying to say, hey, Kat, I hear you. I respect you. Look how much of your content I've watched. Here's my problem with the content. So that's what I'm doing. Does that kind of make sense? What would you guys do if you were me? What do you think is the best way to go through someone's content and make sure that you're not just taking them out of context, right? Because if I didn't do the research, then couldn't you say, oh, Brady's going after her because she's black and trans and she hasn't really looked into Kat. She doesn't know Kat. But I'm telling you, like, I know Kat. Kat shouted me out. Kat has literally told people, go watch Brady Simon. I told people, go watch Kat Black. Kat knows who I am. We're just not friends. You know what I mean? Because, like, we're not close like that. But she knows who I am. So you have to understand, this is a painful place for me to come from, too. I don't want to go after Kat Black. I told my Discord months ago, I'm avoiding talking about it because I feel bad. But now I feel like I'm pushed into a corner where it's like, okay, I got to talk about it. Kat is an adult. She's a grown woman. She's the one who made the platform. She's a much bigger following than me. So if anything, it's like, okay, let's go. You know? So again, when we have these conversations, I'm really trying, but you're right that I do tend to hold people to a higher standard if they claim to have it. If you claim to have a higher standard, I'm going to expect you to meet it. The question is, are we meeting it? I know I'm not meeting it, which is why I'm in training to meet it. I am in training to meet that higher standard. I don't hear any of these people talking like that. I think I'm the only one who actively says like, oh yeah, I'm not there yet. Are you? Oh yeah, I'm in training right now. That's what I'm saying. You know? And that's kind of like the part of it. And again, we're not going after Kat. We're just using it to have the conversation. Let me know if you have follow-up questions, right? Chet says, I appreciate that you took time, a moment to think about that commenter's criticism rather than jumping to automatic defensiveness. Well, to be fair, it was a good commentary. It was a moment of good ponderance, which is exactly like, you know, I've been thinking about it. It's not like I've already been thinking about it. So I'm not surprised, you know. Chet says, I quite like Kat Black's response to Dr. K's vid interview. I don't know what we're talking about here. I thought it was a very bad video. I thought it was very badly made. And I'm surprised people liked it. And I kind of think people only liked it because they weren't listening. I think it was cathartic, like a drug, but I don't think it was good. I think it was really bad. And I'm like sitting here like, did we watch the same thing? It felt like if we were doing a book review, Kat read the Spark Notes and then thought Hamlet was a magic wizard who came back from Oz and was actually a woman in disguise. And I was like, did we read the same Hamlet? That's what it felt like to me. But I can see why it felt cathartic. Because she gave you every bullet point you want to hear. Men suck. Everyone sucks. Patriarchy, boo. No one's entitled to having a baby. Guys, we're starting to sound like conservatives. Like our opinions are bullet points. Jesus Christ. Can we please have you know what I mean? Chad says, I think you need to critique it live. I did. It's at the beginning of the stream, y'all. I already did it. I showed you the evidence. I showed you the video. It's at the beginning of the stream. I promise you, I really show my work. I show my data. I already did it. You know? So watch it. Check it out. Let me know what you think. But that's why I came with receipts today. So you know I'm not just pulling this out of my ass. Unlike Kat, who literally started the video saying, I've never seen a single podcast of this show. Okay. So at least she's saying that, right? Right? Okay. Let's finish this one out because I do think Kat has a point here. But again, we want to get past this.
Conceive of a few different things of me than they would the average woman they interact with. Suddenly, my relationship is queer. Suddenly, my situation is queer. When that's, not really what I go through. You know, that's not really what I experience or process. Like, I know this isn't the right word, but who knows, maybe this word is revealing. But whenever I try to talk about this, the thing I always say is that, like, my relationships are fairly straightforward. Like, I'm a woman who's attracted to men. The men that are attracted to me are usually attracted to me because I'm feminine. And typically when people have a queer gender or sexuality,
because of what I'm attracted to and how I experience gender, we don't get along. You know what I mean? Like, it's real simple, real straightforward. When I'm in a relationship with a man, I mean, yeah, I'm polyamorous, but I don't have like I have this expansive sexuality that can't exactly be satiated by just a cis person. I mean, satiated's not the right word, but you know what I mean? You know, people have wide and diverse interests, and I just like men, you know? And so it's odd for me when people are so insistent about me being called queer, but they hesitate to call someone who, from my vantage point, is hella fucking queer, you know? And it's weird. It's really.
Chad says if Hassan doesn't get a pass for not liking music, I think Kat deserves to be criticized for what she said. True, I do. Look, I do think it's actually serious. If I was on a date with a person and they said, I don't listen to music and now it's a part of my personality, I would not marry that person. I'm going to need to know why. Like, I know people don't think it's that deep, but girls, it's always that deep. I'm a big believer that everything is that deep. Okay? Everything is that deep. Like, unless you're in a complete safe space with a person that you know the story of everything that's happening, everything is that deep. You know?
Weird to me. But again, it reveals the gender essentialism thing. It reveals that at their core, they believe that trans women can never really be women. That, you know, because I think if they did believe that, they would understand. Like, when a straight woman says that she's straight, no one goes and says, actually, you're queer. No one, right? A straight cis woman, she says that she's heterosexual. She doesn't have to have a challenged conversation about whether or not.
I think it's wrong for people to decide Kat is okay. For the record, I don't think Kat is queer. Oh, let me say that Kat is not queer. I think it is weird to think she's queer. She's obviously not queer. She wouldn't be having this conversation if she was. That's why she's not invited to the queer hangouts. She's not queer, right? Not spiritually, philosophically, embodied, personally. She's not queer. So I want to validate Kat in that, but it's not the compliment she thinks it is. It's kind of an insult. Like, not an insult, but it's kind of like, okay, girl, if you want to be conservative, be conservative. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it sounds like to me. Like, but I think for her, it feels empowering. And for me, it feels just confusing. You know, but yeah, she's not queer. Yeah, that's why it feels even weirder for her to insist that she's inserting herself in queer spaces. Exactly. You know? Like, why are you inserting yourself in queer spaces if you're not queer and then complaining that you don't get along with queer people and that they make you feel uncomfortable? We're almost done with this.
Queer is a label that she can proclaim, right? The functional difference between a straight cis woman, a straight cis woman, and a straight trans woman is just one of them is trans, the other isn't. The trans woman being defined as queer, in my opinion, even though she's straight, even though she.
Look, I don't want to sound like those people who are like cis women are cis women and trans women are trans women. That's not true. But the experience you have is not the cis experience, but you're still a woman. You're not less of a woman, but your experience is different. It's kind of like, I don't know. Isn't it kind of similar to saying like a white woman's experience is not a black woman's experience? Like, they're just different experiences. They're all women. So you can all go to the women party, but maybe if there was like a black women event, white people shouldn't be there because it's for empowering those people, right? Like, and all we're saying is like when you're queer, philosophically or otherwise, it's like the difference maybe between being like pro-black and like MAGA black, or like, I'm trying to find something that's analogous. It's kind of hard, but yes, you're a woman, but also like the fact that you're a trans woman just, it puts you in the LGBT. Like, you know how TERFs always say take T out of it? Is that what she wants? Does she want straight trans women, straight trans men not a part of the T? Not a part of the LGBT? Like, does she? I don't know. What does she want?
She doesn't have a queer gender or sexuality, to me, really says something, right? Because if straight cis het women can't be queer, then why are trans
women who are straight queer. You know, it doesn't exactly make sense, especially because people debate that.
They shouldn't, though.
So, yeah.
But they shouldn't.
I do think that discourse is like a really big.
This was posted 4 days ago, by the way.
Point for me in this.
This was 4 days ago. So this is recent cat content. So I'm not trying to take her out of context. This is all within the last 6 months. And that video in particular was 4 days ago. Okay. So again, I am not opposed to her having an identity that's personal to her. But what does this have to do with queer spaces? And why is she putting herself there?
I actually want to reframe some of the conversations we've been having on here today. And I want to just ask you a question. And I would really appreciate a good, honest answer if you are a person who has one. For the people who like to argue that being excluded from someone's dating pool is some form of bigotry, what are you hoping to get from that debate? What I'm asking is, like, for the trans people who say that it's transphobic for a person to reject them because they're trans, what is your intended result from saying that to someone? I'm asking this question because I was having a conversation today about my attraction to masculine men. And what I get from people who would take issue with me saying that I'm attracted to masculine men is that they personally feel bitter about being excluded from my dating pool. That's how I interpret it. And I think that that's how most people tend to interpret these conversations we have that are supposed to basically be about, like, if you exclude someone from your dating pool, you're a bigot, right? That someone feels particularly jilted, someone feels particularly ostracized or othered because someone doesn't want to fuck them, basically. Like, as a trans woman, when a straight man rejects me, I don't suddenly feel like he's trying to invalidate my gender. I think, okay, he's just not attracted to me. There are plenty of men who share his sexuality who are, right? That's just a person who's not attracted to me. And I feel like trying to have a debate with them about this, it does kind of lean into pressure. I get a lot of very incel vibes from the people who really like to have this conversation. And so I'm trying to ask this question really to get an in-depth answer, because I don't get what you're trying to get across. Even if we have a deep conversation about how masculinity is not something that can be exclusively attributed to men, that is the term that can be very easily used to refer to what I'm attracted to in men who, by the way, I am solely attracted to. I'm not attracted to anyone who is not a man. And a lot of times, if I'm attracted to someone and they're not a man, it's because they seem like a man to me. So even if it's technically true that I could be attracted to women and non-binary people and feminine men who I intuit as men, I'm always going to be the most attracted to what I see as their masculine traits. And everything that isn't actually in line with that is probably going to turn me off, right? So my question is, are you just trying to get people who would feel that way to be available to you? I'm genuinely asking this question. I'm not trying to, like, gotcha. I just don't get what the point is, right? Like, okay, let's say that we convince, cis het men that that rejecting trans women is transphobic. I don't think that they're going to go out and try to be with trans women. Not really. And I made this point in a video, but, like, in my actual experience of this, right, when I've been with men who are maybe kind of attracted to me, like they interpreted me as a cis woman, and then they were like, well, I'm attracted to her, so maybe I can kind of do something with her. Maybe the most you get from this is, like, fleeting sexual experiences that are typically very demeaning, right? So what is the conclusion people are trying to reach when they try to have these debates with you? I would really love an actual answer to this question instead of what I often do, which is make assumptions about this, because I'm not, you see, people do reject me, but I'm also a person who gets asked out a lot, right? I'm a polyamorous person with several long-term partners, right? It seems weird for me in my life, looking at what I experienced, to focus on the people who have rejected me. Someone's not attracted to me because I'm trans. That means that they're probably not going to be a good partner for me. So why would I want to win them over? Someone who rejects me because I'm Black is probably not going to be a good partner for me. So why would I debate with them to win them over? It doesn't make sense to me. So I'm trying to understand how or why it makes sense to other people. All right, I actually want to reframe.
Okay, a lot of good comments too I see from chat. Do people actually take issue with the I like masculine men genuine question? If you mean it to say, okay, so you have to understand, there are whole bubbles of queer, gay, LGBT people that are so focused and so trapped in being top, bottom, mask, femme, that any variation of changing that is a threat to the identity of their partner. So let's say you have a mask top and a femme bottom, and the femme bottom goes, actually, I think I'm gonna go more mask. The mask partner now loses their identity, playing into binary roles that heterosexuals have been struggling with for centuries. In queer philosophy, we would say it's fluid. We wouldn't say you have to be fluid. We would say you would be open to the consciousness that is the love of your life being fluid. So you are not then identified. Your relationship isn't over because the femme became more mask, right? But there is a literal discrepancy in these bubbles. There is a dissonance in these bubbles that makes us feel like our identity is now shattered because this thing that I was, right, is changed. And I'm saying in my world, as an example, none of that changes my relationship with my partner. No matter a bottom, switching, gender fluid, none of it's going to change us choosing to be together. For some people, it would. For some people, they'd be like, oh, I don't want to be with you. Like you transitioned. For some people, that's not a deal breaker. But some people feel like, well, if I'm a lesbian, how can I be with a man? Maybe you can. Do you love your partner? Yeah. Do you want to leave them? No. Okay. Well, be a lesbian who dates men. Or go by bisexual. Or say, fuck it. Who cares? Who cares about the label? Say you're queer. Say you're nothing. Right? You can feel like this is the end of our journey together. That's okay too. But you also don't have to. Okay? You also don't have to. You can be a lesbian who's married to a man. Okay? There's just like this need to just be like, but that's not how it works. Nothing works the way you think it does. That's the first problem. You're attached to the outcome. Use language in the bubble you're in to convey things that make sense. Example, if somebody in my religious conservative bubble said, what's your gender? I'd say, female. I'm a woman. They'd be like, okay. Because like, they're not going to understand anything else. And that's true. This, you know what? Pause. This reminds me of when I was 17 and my cousin tried to out me to my family. And my dad said, your cousin says you like girls more than you like boys. Is that true? And I said, no. Because at the time, it wasn't technically true. And I wasn't about to come out. That's crazy. I'm not coming out on your terms. No. I think I was 18. I think I was like 18 or 19. 18. I was older. Anyways, and it was a big deal to be gay. And I said, no, I don't like boys or girls more than I like boys. And so they were like, okay. And I'm like, you should have asked me if I liked girls, but they didn't. So my autistic brain was like, it's not really a lie, but I'm going to stick with that. Okay. Now, that was true, but it's not the full truth. If somebody came to me and said, like, are you a woman? Sure. What are you asking me? Like, why are you asking me? The thing is like, people aren't entitled to the answer. And also everything changes for me. Now, I don't even care about men or women. I don't care what your gender is. I like you. Right? Like now I don't even care. The whole idea of who do you like more or less? I don't know. I like who I like. You know? So when we have these conversations, we have to understand the language changes for a reason. So if Kat is feeling like the language she uses to identify herself isn't working with the bubble she's in, change bubbles. Why are you making everybody cater to you? You know what I mean? Change the bubble. It's not about you. You know? And I understand we're on her page, getting her insight. But the dilemma I'm having is that not only do I think she has bad takes in this instance, but I think they're not only dated, but I think she's basically giving like out of date opinion. She's like very, yeah, it's like Chat said, it's very 2015. Like, I don't understand why we're having this conversation in the year of our Lord. You know what I mean? Like, why are we having this conversation? And we are having it. And we're having it, you know? Okay, so one more video from Kat, and then we're gonna peace and love, okay? So this video about preferences.
Theoretically, I understand the point that is often made with this. Like, there's a scenario where cis man is attracted to a woman. He assumes this woman is a cis woman, right? He doesn't want kids, right? He doesn't want all these other things. And he finds out that the person that he's speaking to, the beautiful woman in front of him, is transgender. And if she's
wait, pause. Just a reminder for all those people asking, but why do we care what Kat thinks? Because we've decided to. She goes by Kat from YouTube on TikTok, which means she is pushing people, right, in many ways towards her YouTube. She's saying, I am a creator. Am I not allowed to criticize Kat as a creator? And I'm saying it from love. Listen, you guys went after Dr. K like fucking no other, right? But I can't comment on Kat. I'm saying comment on both. Just understand their perspective first. See how I'm doing my work to make sure I understand Kat's perspective before commenting? Same with Dr. K, right? Comment on Dr. K. Make 100 videos on Dr. K. He's a public figure. I'm disappointed in the commentary from the space that I expected more from. I did. I expected more from these women, and God knows I don't know why. Maybe it's because they talk such a big game. But I did. I expected more critical analysis, and I got squat. But isn't that the standard you set yourself to? That you're smarter and better? Kat even has a line. Oh, did I not? I thought I shared it. Where I didn't go far enough in the clip. Where she says, like, I thought these were the smart people. This doesn't feel like a smart person conversation. Girl, you can't even listen and get the critique right. That's what I'm saying. I get you. It's not a very smart conversation, though. That's the thing, guys. The conversation between Dr. K and Stephen Bartlett is not a smart conversation. Do you not know that? Now, I believe what Kat meant to say is, isn't this supposed to be the smart people? Well, not Stephen. Stephen's role on the podcast is to play the duh. Wow, Dr. K, can you tell us what it means to be lonely? Because he's playing his audience. He is the voice for his audience. He's supposed to be playing the I don't know anything. Can you tell me even though he's literally a very successful entrepreneur and all that stuff, on his podcast, he's the I don't know. How do women find relationships? How do men find relationships? You know what I mean? And Dr. K and his guests are supposed to, and by the way, 70% of his guests suck ass, right? So I get the critique. But for her not to have watched the pod ever, for her not to know Dr. K's work, for her not to, and I'm like, same thing with Lisa. Like, girls, I get it's easy, but like, you know.
Post-op, this is always like the theoretical. If she's post-op and he rejects her, that is supposed to be like a solid example of transphobia, right? And I do get where that's coming from. I really do. I guess for me, I keep thinking about it like this. I think a lot of these hypotheticals only make sense in the short term. Like, okay, this person that is having this conversation with this woman was imagining that he was having a conversation with this woman, and now he finds out that the reality doesn't line up with his fantasy. That is kind of like a common experience for a lot of people to have on their like first meeting, right? You interact with someone, you create this narrative of who they are in your brain, and you expect them to live up to it, and then you're disappointed when they don't. Very common experience a lot of people have, where they envision that the person they're having a conversation with is supposed to fit very neatly into their envisioning of things, but as it turns out, they may not actually want to do that or be able to do that, right? And I think it makes a little bit of sense to be disappointed with that, but I think in the long term, why not? Why not disconnect from someone for whom you envisioned isn't going to share the path that you want to go down? Like, okay.
Savannah, welcome to memberships. I just posted a video for tier 2. So if you guys want to check that out, please do. It's the Oprah review, and I just recorded the other part this morning, so I'll have that out ASAP.
I think that a guy, this is the point I'm kind of making, and part of why I have the stance I do is because I've been in this scenario a lot. As a woman who is trans, who is read as cis, I've been in a lot of situations where men who would say that they're not attracted to trans women were attracted to me. And then, we sort of have our thing, and, it goes where it goes, right? And I think that for some people, they think at the end of this theoretical, the guy's going to find out that the girl that he's talking to, this beautiful woman, the woman of his dreams that he's talking to is trans, and then is going to just keep trying to date her because it shouldn't make a difference. But like, what's going to happen most of the time is maybe he will do that.
Kat is settling for life. That's what it sounds like. So instead of saying, yeah, we should start deconstructing gender and people should move in a less transphobic direction, she's saying, well, some guys are just going to be transphobic, so it is what it is. I'm not settling for life this way. I already know this. Life is always going to be transphobic and racist and all these bad things, but that's not the world I'm willing to, in my content, settle for. Now, some might say, Brittany, don't you think Kat posting this content is just her posting a little diary, side hustle? What's the big deal? Okay, imagine Jordan Peterson was doing this. Do you think we wouldn't be ripping him to shreds? You are a content creator at the end of the day. I remember when I criticized Destiny, his cronies were like, don't you think it's weird criticizing somebody you know? And I said, well, it's like Kim Kardashian. Like, am I not supposed to comment on Elon Musk or Kim Kardashian's parenting? And he's like, yeah, but this is your friend. Destiny is not my fucking friend. Okay? Not in the same way Kat Black is not my fucking friend. But if you want to call us friends, sure. Because we shouted each other out a couple times because we knew each other back in the day. Because we had some nice moments on the internet. We have to grow up and realize hey, even if you are my friend, you're not exempt from criticism. But the way I handle it might be different, but probably not that different. If my brother starts making content, let's say one of my brothers started making content about politics and he was on the opposite side of me, you think I wouldn't make content about it? You think if he was like, oh, my sister's Brittany Simon and she's a fucking idiot, I wouldn't be like, this is my brother, he's a fucking idiot. And then we wouldn't make content to it. You know what I'm saying? No. Okay. So like when we have these conversations, know that I'm coming from a place that I want the world to go in a progressive direction, but I mean a direction with more choice, more peace, more thoughtfulness, more compassion, more consideration. Your preferences don't exist in a vacuum. You should deconstruct, examine them. Deconstruction does not mean to tear apart or get rid of. You can, after deconstruction, you can still be a cis, straight, binary, insert thing here. You can still be whatever. But deconstruction is the why, it's the details, it's understanding how we got here. And I'm saying it's okay that Kat has these opinions, but since she's a content creator and people ask me to review her content, this is my review of her content, and I think it's bad. But I think Kat is good. I think Kat is a good person who makes bad content. Not always. Most of her content's pretty good, right? Most of Kat's content is good. But she, like me, like anybody, will have bad takes. And I think this is one of her worst takes, is her need to consistently separate herself from queerness, her desire to have these conversations about preferences, like it's, you know, like it exists in a vacuum, right? Because I get it. I remember one of my straight girlfriends asked me that too. I said, hey, would you ever be with a trans man? She goes, honestly, that's just not what I imagined when I imagined my Prince Charming. And I was like, would you be with a bi man? She goes, yeah, like dating a bisexual man is whatever. But a trans man's not what I imagined. Okay. I accepted that answer like 10 years ago. I don't really think that's a good answer now. But Kat still does in 2026. Kat still thinks that's a good answer. I don't. I think it's a tolerable answer, but I don't think it's a good one. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, look, we've all gone back and forth with these spaces, but I'm saying I'm going beyond. Okay, girl, I'm going to keep going.
Maybe he will give you attention because you're a beautiful woman and he wants, you know, to spend time with a beautiful woman. But most men are going to be able to find the cis woman that they're looking for. You know, they're going to be able to find like that.
Because they're settling.
Beautiful woman that is a cis woman who they envision, you know, like they're going to be able to find that, right? And so really the most you're kind of asking for from these guys in these scenarios is like for them to kind of like tolerate you for a certain period of time. And, you know, ultimately, I guess, leave you gracefully, I suppose. But like most of the time when someone ends up not sharing the path that you want to go down or not being able to go down the path with you, you just move on to find someone who can.
I mean, I agree aggressively with this, right? Like your high compatibility partner isn't going to care about these things, but I also think that applies to everything else. So if your high compatibility partner, like they're not going to care about, you know, well, keep in mind, like we're talking present tense and your most present self. Because remember, my partner and I wouldn't have been high compatibility if we had met any time other than when we met, right? So that's the other thing. Is like we're only high compatible because we met when we did, which is what Dr. K says to men when men say, Dr. K, how do I find a girlfriend? He goes, I don't know. Let her find you. You got to work on yourself. Okay? Who cares? The thing is, like, we shouldn't be looking for boyfriends and girlfriends. We should be living a fulfilling life that brings people into that life and meets us at the most present. I just spit on my mic, okay? And that's what we need. We need to meet in the most present. And my partner and I just happened to cross paths in the most present, which made us compatible, so we got married. Like, example, I'm plant-based and my partner isn't. I think if I met my partner now, maybe we wouldn't have been together. We talk about this all the time. Hey, if you met me at this time, would we be together? No, probably not. And that's not a threat to our relationship. That's just a reality we accept. Because we also accept that we're human beings on a journey. It's okay. Our life's not over because we wouldn't have been together. It is what it is. But since we're together, we're growing in a direction. Okay? And we're truly growing together in a direction, a little bit of at a pace that moves like this, but we are going in the same direction. And that's what you want, guys. That's beautiful. That's what you want. We might grow apart. I hope not, right? There's always a chance we could grow apart. We might have to get divorced just because we're different people, but that's what you want. So yes, I agree with Kat. Like, you don't want to date the guy who's transphobic. Question is, why is the guy transphobic? And is that just a preference? You know? Let's see. Chat says, I think it's good to have this conversation as long as it's in a safe environment. I don't think trying to have this conversation with someone who isn't even at the first stage of deconstructing gender norms. Right. I don't think trying to even have this conversation with someone who's even at the first step. That's the problem. Where is Kat? Someone said it earlier in chat. Is she not even trying to deconstruct gender? Do you know what I'm saying? Is she over it? Is it done? Like, is there no interest or understanding? I'm just confused, right? Because I think Kat's content opinions may resonate with people who are in a different part of their deconstruction. I think her perspective may be valuable as a stepping stone of sorts of those people. Yes. Okay. So now let's talk about that. Everyone's content is a stepping stone. Yes. Do they know that? Do they know their content is a stepping stone? Or do they think they're the most updated, most progressive, most woke, most no? Or do they realize we are a stepping stone? We are all a stepping stone. I am a stepping stone. There is somebody who's making better content, more progressive content than me. I don't know where they are, girl, but if they're here, let me... But that's why, when I interview Britt Hartley, when I talk to people in philosophy, I can see they're ahead. Okay? Do we know that? Because my thought is they don't know that. That's why I say, guys, I'm not ready. I'm not ready to be the person. But do they know that?
And most of the time, especially when we're talking about men, they're going to find that. They're going to move on. They're going to just move on. And I guess for me, it's what are we arguing for? Are we arguing for them to change their mind? Because here's the thing. I think it is incredibly fucking hard for anyone to sort of reset their preferences, right? I think if you're someone who's
Kat just said, well, hold on, let me give
developed
her
a certain attraction, it takes a really long time to change that. And
okay, it does, but that doesn't mean people shouldn't do it. Right? It does. It is very hard, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't work on it. You know what I mean? Yeah, Chet said it's kind of like Dr. K. Do not resonate with or really agree with most of his opinions or content, but he is a stepping stone. Yeah, he's a stepping stone for people, right? That's the problem. And look, again, everyone has flaws. Nobody is the most advanced. All of us are learning from each other, but not everybody is still figuring out that black and white people deserve equal rights. Some people are still figuring that out, right? So that's what it is. When people say, Brittany, this is the most up-to-date content, is it? Because these people are still arguing about, it's like Anna Kasparian. People keep bringing her up. Anna obviously isn't moving in a progressive direction, right? She stopped. She full on came to a full stop. TYT as an organization literally went, and we all went past them. And I'm saying eventually, if you do not keep deconstructing, you'll just be an older person who's an icon in history that we remember as a misogynist. Oh yeah, didn't that guy cheat on his wife? Yeah, but he had a pretty cool speech about a dream. You know what I mean? So again, when we have these conversations, we have to understand this is what humanity does, which is why I have to look at people I even like and say, I like you so much, but I'm outgrowing your content, Chelsea Fagan. I feel like I go so hard on Chelsea Fagan. Sometimes I feel like I really am bullying her. Sometimes I'm trying so hard not to, but she is a 1 million sub channel. She is the one singular voice who's a woman in finance. She is progressive. I feel like, what am I supposed to do here except criticize? Right? Chess says, as an NB person, I didn't know I could all pronouns without picking until I joined your Discord because I never really had a space to discuss with other queer people. Love that. Love that. Love that. Yes. So I really, because I watch these people as viewer. I watch it as a viewer. I want to learn from them too. But nothing feels worse than when you used to watch somebody you were learning from, and then you watch someone, you're like, oh no, I don't have anything to learn anymore from this person. It's like a goodbye. Goodbye. And it is what it is. But I wish it wasn't so. Obviously, I wish that wasn't the case. But it does feel like it, and that's okay. It is what it is,
Someone, look, I'm a black trans woman, right? I have been the offshoot destination for a man who prefers a white woman for most of my life, right?
Yeah, Contra. Contra is a great example. Bye, Contra. It was fun while it lasted. Bye. Yeah, Chess says, are you outgrowing Kat Black? I'm outgrowing everyone. Kat, Chelsea. It's so reductive for me. And I'm just bro, I'm desperate, bro. I said to my partner the other day, I just so desperately want a serious person to talk to. And he goes, why? And I was like, I don't know, bro. I've wanted this for so long. I want a serious, somebody please be serious. Can we please have a serious conversation? Nobody is serious. This commentary is not serious. Like, by the time I get to 40 in a few years, I just really want to open a space to have a very serious conversation with somebody, because everyone just keeps having the same ridiculous, boring conversation. And I get it. It's a part of life. But guys, we can go deeper. And sometimes I do think that me being a singular voice makes people think I'm pulling this out of my ass. But I'm telling you, I'm not alone in this. There are so many amazing people doing projects. They just aren't. And they, to be fair, I think they're a slow burn. I think the future is heading in this direction. Guys, you keep saying there's a meaningless crisis and a singleness or a birthing epidemic and all these things. We can solve these problems. These are solvable problems. That's all I'm saying. Okay? Chad says, what does a serious convo look like? In my mind, a serious conversation looks like somebody it's their work, it's their passion. Okay? It's actually something they're dedicating their life to figuring out. One, that's important. Is this your life's purpose? I want to talk to people who this is their life purpose, to solve humanity's problems in the way that they do. Because it's a serious dedication. Okay? That. Two, that we are using up-to-date data. We are moving in the least bigoted way. We are challenging our prejudice and bigotry. That we are actually interested in what's true versus and can tell the difference between what's true and what we feel is true and what we think is true. Because just that you think is true doesn't mean it is true. Okay. And three, in extremely good faith, like deeply, deeply good faith, like so good faith and good people. So you have to be a good person. Like you have to be a genuine walk it, like you walk the walk. Okay? Like you walk the walk, it is incorporated into your life. Like you have really thought about it. Your life is a reflection of how serious you take your work. You know how Jordan Peterson, there's that big meme of clean your room, and then it shows Jordan Peterson with the messiest room ever. Okay? Jordan Peterson doesn't listen to his own advice, right? Jordan Peterson is a fucking mess. Okay? And that's why he is, oh, look, this is so funny. Jordan Peterson is always just like, he's like, clean your room. And then this is his room. He's like, don't look at it. Don't look at my mess. Wait. Oh no. Don't look at my mess. Okay. This is the meme. Okay. And that's the point. Is like, he's not serious. He's not a serious thinker, bro. You're not seriously thinking about humanity. You know? Chat said, is there any creator you haven't outgrown yet, Brittany? Asking for recommendations. FD Signifier, love FD. Olay, still love Olay. Still watching Michael Burns though. He's on the cusp. I'm almost done with Michael. I love Michael, but I'm almost done. Okay, Elliot Sang, love Elliot. Who else am I watching regular that I love? Let me see. These are progressive commentators mostly right now. Who else? Who else am I still like really excited to watch their content? Some finance guys like Ramit and stuff is nice and everything, but those are the three that come to mind right now off the top of my head. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, Chet says, don't want to derail, but is Discord the place we recommend videos? Yeah, the videos in my chat. You can check it out. Don't say Vosh in my chat, bro. You know, don't say Vosh like that. Like we're not Vosh fans here. You know that. Come on. You know. But for me, those are the three that come to mind right now. Chessa, do you like You're Autistic Now What? Yes, but it's different. She doesn't post enough for me to think about it that much. Like, I'm thinking about people who post a lot. Like people who post a lot give me a lot of time to comment. She doesn't post enough. So I don't even know when I'll grow her because like I don't. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Kirk Honda, I only watch his Love is Blind review, and I did not watch last season's review yet because I just started watching it myself. So I'm still watching Dr. Kirk Honda. I just haven't had a chance. Like Rowan Ellis, I don't watch Rowan like that. I don't really feel like her content resonates with me as much, but I like Rowan, but I don't watch her like that. She doesn't post enough like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So like there's a lot of people that I like and I watch, but I'm thinking about people I watch daily. Like, guys, I am a daily content consumer. I want to watch somebody who's posting every 2 days, if not twice a day. And those are the people that I have the most time to learn about and the most time to like actually pay attention to and fall in love with, right? Like, how do you say her name? Brownie? She's really good, but I don't watch her enough to like be in love. You know what I'm saying? But I like her a lot. But she doesn't post enough. You know what I'm saying? Do not worry. I love Anthony. I do watch Anthony's streams. You know what I mean? So again, I like people, but there is a different category for me for people who I watch every day. Like Kat posts a lot. Okay, Kat posts an immense, like so much content, you'll never run out of content. And I'm saying, okay, I love that. You know what I mean? Right? No, the Vanguard, boo, hate the Vanguard. Misogynists, don't like them. Okay, boo. Don't like the Vanguards. Ugh, the most shallow commentary I've ever seen on politics in my life. That's what I'm saying. Please be serious. Okay? Please be serious, right? Well, chat says Hank Green, John Green's explanations, all good channels, but are they good still? Because I don't know about that. Okay? That's what I'm saying. They might have been good in the day. Are they good now? That's the question. Are they still making good content now? Because everyone's still making content, but is it good? Did it get better? Are they growing? Is it healthy? Do they look sane? Right? Because something I've noticed when I go back to check YouTubers, I was like, oh, you didn't change. You didn't get better. Right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, make sure you're also checking to see if they've updated, to see if they're good. Because I've been around forever too, but nobody could ever recognize this Britney from that Britney. You know? And that's the point, is like, we're not all on the same adventure. So again, all peace and love. Guys, watch everybody. Remember this. As I say this, there is a difference between me watching it as a fan and me watching it as like for work. So I'm going to still watch Chelsea. I'm going to still watch Kat. I'm going to still watch everybody. I'm just not going to enjoy it the same way. Now it's work. Now I'm like, the same way I watch Tucker Carlson, but different. The same way I watch, you know, like the Vanguards. I don't watch them because I like it. I watch them because I'm keeping up, right? When I watch Hassan, I'm not watching it because I like Hassan. I'm watching it because I'm like, okay, now I know what's going on, you know? So yeah, there's a difference there too. Like when we say we love these content creators, you know, what does that even mean, really, you know? Okay, let's do this. That's basically what I wanted to say about that. Honestly, I don't even want to finish this TikTok anymore. That's what I wanted to say about that. Okay, does that kind of make sense though? Like, I love that people ask me so many questions about this, and I love that people want to know, you know, oh, Brittany, what do you think about this content creator? What do you think about Lisa? What do you think about, you know, I think everyone is great and everyone is fucked. Everyone is great, but everyone is stuck. Okay, everyone is great, but Jesus Christ, like, can we move the conversation forward, please? Can the conversation please be more than this? Like, and if not, then I will watch you for entertainment and I will have fun. But like, I kind of like want to move forward in the world. Like, I want to know what the future looks like, you know? Because I think I need a goal, girl. I need a goal. So let me see this. Let me see this. Where is this video? What? Where is this video? Hello? Did I just not have it? Did I just have it? Where is this video? Okay. Look, this is the future I'm aiming for that I really like as an example. This is a look, not Dr. K a look, a different one. This is I'm going to call them a philosopher. They're a stand-up comedian, artist, content creator. But this, I played this at the beginning. I'm going to play it now. Okay. This is what I want. This is the philosophical perspective I'm coming from. And just listen to the way Alok says it and tell me that how can you not hear the difference between Hassan and Kat and all these people in this? This is so obviously different. And this is it. This is something. This is important. Okay.
Diagnosis. What is your diagnosis for what's going on in the world right now?
So there's this thing that happens where everyone is born free. Then we cry, and then someone cares for us and holds us, and we learn this lesson, which is that we need each other to survive. And then fast forward, we forget that. So then what we do is we create entire institutions built off of the myth of individualism. We get disciplined into this idea that there are opposite genders, that there are opposite races, and we internalize these fictions like reality. But the truth of the truth is that we're all just iterations of one another. The way forward then is not to rebrand opposition and separation in a way that works for us. So it's not to say, you're bad and I'm good, but is to adopt what I think the most political pronoun in the world is, we. I am doing this work because of us, because I love us. And then it's to reframe all of the struggles of women, of queer people, of disabled people, of trans people as benevolent gifts that bring us back to home. And what that home is us.
Ugh, exactly. That is where I'm heading. If you want to come with me, great. That's the future. And it might adapt and change and vary. There will be variants, but that is where we're going. That is where we're going. Okay? And yeah, this content isn't very popular, though it is popular. It's not that popular. And even though a look has been on The Daily Show and all these other things, and they're doing great work, I wish voices like this were more popular on YouTube. But they're not. Because you would rather argue about whether or not Dr. K is telling women they're, obligated to make babies for men. It says, why identify with NB pronouns if we deconstruct enough to allow a person to be? Guys, deconstruction does not mean to eradicate. Deconstruction means to pull apart and understand. You're understanding your gender. You're understanding your identity. You're not eradicating it. You're not disappearing. Okay? Right? The language is fluid. It allows, you can say they, them, you can say he, him, you can be anything. It's to understand deeply. Deconstruction is a tool. Okay? You pull it apart and have a realization about yourself. You understand the details of your thoughts. We are not destroying gender. We are deconstructing gender. We're not destroying Christianity. We're deconstructing away from Christianity or our positioning in Christianity. Okay? When you deconstruct, it doesn't mean we're destroying this thing. We're understanding it in a deeper way. And does it still resonate with us as we get to understand it in a detailed way? It's like people all they think about is destroying, eradicating, taking away, which is why people get afraid when they hear deconstructing gender. They go, oh my God, but I'm a man. Okay. I'm a woman. Okay. You can deconstruct gender and still be a woman. But all you know is destruction. So every time you hear something like a deconstruct, you have to assume that's what it is. It's not. We are not destroying. We're having a deeper relationship with. That's the point. Okay? Yeah, chat says deconstruction is like unpacking a backpack. You're not destroying it. You're simply opening a new layer. Or if you watch food competitions, they'll say, oh, a deconstructed pie, a deconstructed burger. A deconstructed burger would look like putting the patties on the side and the buns and the lettuce and the onions. That's what deconstruction, you're pulling it apart to understand the details. Okay? You will hear the word deconstruction used in many ways. But deconstruction is just to understand. Like, you ever get a burger and you're like, hey, what's in this? Well, deconstruct it. Figure it out. Hey, what is in this? Deconstruct it. Figuring it out, right? And then, yeah, Discourse said rearranging the contents, questioning the backpack and all of the components. Exactly. Just as what does it look like to be straight and philosophically queer? So straight just means in this context, right? Like attracted to the opposite gender, right? Which is sort of a question, because what if you're non-binary and attracted to the opposite gender? Like, what does opposite mean? That's the thing about the word straight. Are men and women opposite? See how everything about our language teaches us to be opposite? Are men opposite of women? Oh, I'm attracted to the opposite gender. What opposite gender? Does straight even exist if we don't have opposites? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the future is we are not opposites. We don't need even the straight gay label. These are all labels created on this premise of opposites. And I'm saying we don't even need those labels. We can just say, I'm not interested in you specifically, or the consciousness, right? But if the language and the model of the language is important to you, use it. But like in my house, when I am alone from the world, those labels are not important to me at all. But when I'm communicating with people, I use them, but it's predicated on the people I'm communicating with, right? It's all predicated because language is a relationship. So use the language that builds on your relationship and allows you to communicate. You know, words have meanings and they change based off the context, you know? Like race is a construct, right? There is no white or black. But now we have to white or black because the reality is like you have to face racism and you have to understand white supremacy. You don't have a choice except when you do. So this is why I say, again, introspection, the relationship with you and everything inside of yourself, extrospection, in relationship to everything outside of yourself. Who am I? Who am I when? Okay, who am I when me? Who am I when them? Okay, it's do I know myself? You know, that's why I say meditate and ask yourself, like, what does it even mean to exist in this body? Am I this body? You know how people identify with their height? Their shortness becomes a personality thing. That used to be my thing. Like, I'm 5'1", and now I'm just like, I don't know, bro. Who cares? You know, who cares? Like, hair is an identity, but you are more than your hair. Right? Skin is an identity, but you're more than your skin. You are always more than, but that doesn't mean you're less than because hair or skin. You're not less because you're a woman or less because you're a man or less because you identify strongly with hair or skin or music or culture. You're not less, but you could and are more, right? And it's up to you. Who are you in relationship to the planet Earth and who are you in relationship to the universe? It's all a journey and everyone's on a different, you know, part of it. But you should move towards less bigotry. That should be the universal goal for all of us. To be less hateful, less bigoted. Start there. Less prejudice, more empathetic, more loving, more honest with ourselves. You know, that is like the universal things we can do. All of us, no matter what, no matter the nuances, it would be good. It would be less harm. It would be less bad if we worked on our prejudice, our bigotry, if we humanized and were empathetic, and if we attempted to face ourselves personally. Don't let the world, you don't have to tell the world you're bad, guys. You don't have to tell the world your sins. But you should be able to voice them to yourself. If you feel it trapped in your throat and it can't get out, go talk to a therapist. They'll help you. A good therapist, you know? They'll help you. A good therapist. And therapy won't save you. You also have to do the philosophical work. Who am I in the universe and what is the meaning of my existence? What does it mean to be me? Okay? So no rush, because it's really hard, okay? But do it now. But there's no rush. Like, no one's forcing you. No one's going to force you to do it. But do it now, you know? Okay, with that said, that's it. Sending my love and respect to, you know, everybody I talked about today. Okay? I respect you. I wish the best for you. I hope you find your joy. And I hope you're happy. You know, I hope you, as Nina Simone said, you know, be compelled. If this is what you're compelled to do, I hope it brings you joy. I'm always interested in what like compels me, what brings me, what awakens my soul, what brings me meaning, what gets me out of bed in the morning, what lets me go to bed peaceful, knowing I get to wake up and do it all over again. That is a process of learning to live as well. You do not just have to survive. You can be in living mode, right? But that is a journey and it's really hard. And I would never try to convince you it's easy. It's the hardest thing you'll ever do. And that's why the world is in so much suffering, because it does not know how to live. Meaning crisis, it's a living crisis. You know? Okay? All right. With that said, I got to go, girl, because you know how it is. I have to edit the podcast and I'm always late on the podcast because, you know, procrastination and then a sense of urgency doesn't kick in. Oh, being virgin. This is the disability. The disability is waiting till the very last minute to feel a sense of urgency to get it done. Why conservatives end up being more predatory? Out soon, okay? Go check out the podcast channel. It is a separate channel. Honestly, I got some bangers on that channel. Go check it out. It's definitely a different kind of content. The comments are crazy. Good luck in that comment section. Oh, you know what's crazy about the internet? Let me just tell you this about the internet, girl. Let me just tell you. You know what's crazy about the internet? Is the internet is truly, I love humans, but y'all are so inept on the internet. It's crazy. I was on the comment section of my video. You know how I reviewed Pearl and Anna talking? Oh my God, hold on. Okay. You know how I reviewed this debate, right? I go to the comment section because the video has views. I was like, why are people watching this video? Like, why does it have so many views? All of the comments are like, who's this girl talking? I just want to watch the debate. Why are you pausing every 2 seconds and talking? Who's this girl? Where can I watch the debate without commentary? And I'm like, to me, it is so obvious what a commentary channel is. Like, it's so obvious what reaction content is. Like, in my head, if you see a YouTuber in the thumbnail and another person, they're obviously making commentary. And I'm like, these people don't know how to use the internet. It's weird because you must be on the internet because you know who Anna and Pearl are. You know what I mean? If you know who in the way they're talking, I'm just leaving the comments up kind of to prove my, go read those comments. They're crazy. Names, you're crazy. This is fucking stupid. What the fuck is this bitch talking about? And I'm like, who are these people? And again, this is why I say, like, this cannot be good. This cannot be the answer. Like, you are not serious. This is not a serious conversation. You know? Chess says, do you think they think that they're just trying to be annoying? I don't know. Who knows? They could just literally think it's not a big deal. They assume creators don't read the comments. They think they're talking to other people. Could be bots, you know? Could be a lot of things. But it's just like, some of them got to be real. I don't know. Who knows? But I will say a lot of them just want to be haters. And a lot of them could be young. Because let's be real. Who's watching Pearl and Anna? And politics is mostly dominated by boys. So the viewers are going to be men. They always go, oh, that flag in the corner. I already know who she is. The flag in the corner. Good. Now that you know, leave. You know? So anyways, all of that to say, hilarious. Yeah. And Discord said they took the time to write it. That's what I'm saying. And the fact that you took the time to write it, girl, I don't even leave a comment on videos I love. I'm just like, that's nice. Keep going. You know? It's just kind of crazy. I do like videos though. I try to like videos and, you know. But anyways, all of this to say, humans are going to human. As we say on this channel, humans are going to human. And, you know, everything we do now is not for us, it's for the future. Like 3,000 years into the future. But moving forward, you know, if there's ever a content creator who seriously wants to engage, great. But otherwise, I don't have to either. You know, something I've noticed about like a lot of people is there's a lot of ways to move through the world with your work. Sometimes the best way to do it is solo, present your work and disappear. But I'm here. I am trying to do something. I don't know if it will mean anything or if it will help people, but it seems to be okay. It seems to be helping people. But I think the world is in crisis. And I think, honestly, I swear the prediction is like in 5 years, people are going to really need this content. Because right now they don't want to hear it. But I think in 5 years, they're going to be like, okay, I need something. Somebody tell me there's hope. You know about Pandora's box, don't you? You know the story of Pandora's box, right? She was told not to open the box. She got curious, opens the box. All the worst things about humanity come out. But at the very bottom is hope. Call me Katara, girl, because I'm all about hope on this channel, okay? Hope is a great philosophical tool that allows you to not be in crisis 100% of the time, even though there's a crisis happening 100% of the time. We're always in crisis, you know? We're always in crisis. And that's why Chelsea Fagan saying what she said, have a baby, who cares? How on one side of her mouth is she saying, we're in a dictatorship, and on the other side of her mouth, she's like, have a baby. Okay, you have a baby if you want to have a baby. I support you. Your baby will be loved, and I love that baby. But it's a good question to ask, should I have a baby with this president? should you have a baby, period, is really the question. I always wondered with my family, how could they have so many babies in such a hard position in Iraq? God's will and all that jazz, you know? All right, girls, I gotta go. I gotta get some food in me, and then I'm gonna finish editing this pod. See you tomorrow. Bye.